So, we're back at it with Dark Alliance. For those who weren't here last time, I'll give you a quick rundown of everything that's happened to us in this world since we became a part of it. So, we wandered into the actual town of Baldur's Gate, got clobbered by some honestly incompetent thieves, which already started to unroll a whole conspiracy hidden behind that new thieves guild that clobbered us. We ended up going down into the sewers under the tavern in the local area, wiped out everything in there, dismantled that thieves guild by killing its leadership. We also took care of a magic orb they put in the crypt, which started raising the dead. That was a whole to-do. Now we're over here in the Sunset Mountains, having cleaned out an entire ice mountain full of unpleasant problems in an attempt to rescue some dwarves that were up there. That didn't go well. They're all dead. So, not ideal on that one. Not a perfect success rate for our hero here. And in the process of lighting the signal fire up there, we also woke up the ice dragon that froze all of those dwarves up there. So, you know, again, not ideal. But we don't know about the ice dragon. We know it exists, but we didn't know we woke it up yet. That's gonna be a future problem, I'm sure. Right now we're down in the actual mines of the Sunset Mountains, trying to chase the drow that chased the dwarves out of the mines, out of said mines. And that catches you up to now. Like I said, very short version of the events leading up to this point. That's 6 hours of things that have happened in 1 minute. So, you know, do with that information what you will. Between last session and this one, I did change one thing. I did go buy the Elven Scale Mail +2. That's why our armor is blue instead of green. It's also half the weight, so it made more sense to grab it. And I also got rid of all of our lesser rejuvenation potions because at the rate we were going through them, it wasn't worth having the extra 20 weight of weak magic healing potions on hand, because I really just don't use my magic enough to warrant having like 40 mana potions on hand. I'd rather just have the larger ones and probably fill my entire mana bar in one drink. This way we can carry more stuff before I have to keep running back to town over and over again. Hopefully smoothing things out a little bit. I did almost buy the bow that they had in the shop there, but I thought about it, and even though I am using the magic arrows a decent amount, the bow is doing enough damage just fine. So I don't see any reason for me to bother with that. Now, we do have a decent amount of ground left to cover here on Mines Level 2, so I'm actually going to go back to an earlier part of this floor and go clean it up before we go too far. Because at the end of last session, I was trying to, like, beeline to the end of this place, and I happened to not go the correct direction for that. Nor am I convinced that I'll be able to just beeline this area anyway, because we had to get cogwheels to fix the elevator to get here. I wouldn't be surprised if they're gonna do that to me again. So I'm gonna just hedge my bets and go cover the rest of the ground ahead of time, just in case. Because you never know if you're gonna end up needing parts. Doesn't look like there's anything here, though, so that's a positive sign. But there's a lot of ground yet to cover. Because there were two whole other paths off of where we came down. Now, we didn't fully clear the path we were on, so it's entirely possible... Actually, no, there's only one other path, because this is just an immediate dead end. Well, that solves some of my concern. Doesn't really solve it all. But I'll take what I can get. Wait, why are my damage numbers not showing up? Oh, apparently all of this turned itself back off, and the sound balancing undid itself. Wonderful. Was something like that? If I need to make further adjustments, we will make them as we go. I do know what happened. I just don't have to be happy about it. Because, fun fact, when I loaded the resume state for this, it actually had the data corrupted, and I wasn't going to be able to do regular saving. So I rebooted everything and redid the memory cards. And as you can see, I salvaged the save. But in the process, the configuration part of the save didn't load properly. And I completely forgot to fix that. Is getting the progress side of the save behaving itself was kind of more important, as you might imagine. Is realizing less than an hour before start time that I potentially lost 6 hours of progress would have been a bit of an issue. That's a real shame for them. That's serrated scimitar, though. Only 7. Nope. If that was more like a 12 or a 15 guaranteed, I would have considered swapping, even though we would have lost our magic damage. But that does explain why those barrels seemed like unusually loud. So if the volume of that was a shock to anyone else, I apologize, but, well, these things happen. It shouldn't have been so bad that anybody's ears were blown out or anything, considering it didn't get me that badly, and everything's usually louder for me than it is for y'all. So, I'm sure it's fine. But, you know, trying to keep consistency and all that. Because usually, I would rather not even have to reveal that amount of behind-the-curtain information. Even if it can be fun to give people context of how all of this works now and then. That's not exactly the type of giving context I wanted to do. But as you can see, saving is working perfectly fine now. This is also why you make redundant saves and you make backups and all of this. Especially in emulation, because now and then things go a little funny. And I don't know what it is recently with PS2 in particular, but for some reason they get real weird about loading save states and loading regular saves side by side. And I say that's interesting because those of you that have been actively watching the channel may recognize that from when we were trying to add the extra content to our Freedom Unite saves when I was doing that collab with Pazzy and Vale, where we had to actually fix at least one of our save files because of a save state issue. I'm assuming there's something in the way the data is being stored that's causing those to have a bit of a weirdness when they're loaded a different way. But it's only just cropping up more now. And I don't know if it's because of a change that the emulator has made, or if it's a change in something I did, or if it's just a game-specific thing, because it was a game-specific thing with Monster Hunter, for example. So it's entirely possible that I'm just happening to run into more games that are particular about load order, for lack of a cleaner and quicker way of explaining that thought. Because it may be that there's just, like, an issue because configuration data isn't loaded correctly when you load from a save state, because technically it's loaded, but it isn't loaded and it just gets confused. Not sure. But it's definitely something to be careful about, that's for sure. Not worth it. Not worth it. And nothing. Okay, very good. Pretty sure there's gonna be a bunch more of them down this hallway here, and there's just the free money sitting around anyway that I want to grab. I still got a little too close to that explosion. I wanted to push her into the explosion without going into it, and Didn't quite work according to plan. Didn't quite land as intended. Let me quickly check something else, because I feel like I forgot something. Nope. Everything's good. Everything looks fine. Everything posted the way it's supposed to. Okay, never mind. We're good. The more I spread out my posts, the more I start to worry, like, did all of them actually do what they're supposed to? Is the last session I completely forgot to post in at least, like, one place entirely. Like, I had the whole thing typed up and I just didn't hit the button to send it. And after I ended yesterday, I found that and went, why? Why am I like this? And the answer is, this is what you get for trying to post in like 5 places simultaneously. Which is why I try not to do that, but you kind of have to a certain degree as well. Just kind of one of those no-win scenario type deals. Come on, please. That's why. I really hate when I reboot my phone. It always gets, like, so finicky for the first while after it's rebooted. It's because so much random crap tries to load itself, even though it's not supposed to. I know exactly what the problem is, just solving the problem's a whole other situation. I see they've got their lizard riders out now. Thankfully, not as big a threat as they may appear to be, because it is still the same enemy, just now with more health because they're mounted. And the lizard can bite us too. It does look like they are wearing more armor, which makes sense. At the very least, they have a helmet now. Oh, it was just a keen dagger +1. I really do wonder if there's even a reason for you to use a dagger in this after a point. Like, unless it's an exceptionally good dagger. Because the attack speed's nice, but the damage difference just starts to become a bit too much to warrant the speed difference, you know? So I don't think they have significantly modified critical or anything with the way this one's coded, but I don't know. It's possible they have better crit odds. Odds like they're supposed to, but it's also possible that that level of detail was not put in. So it's hard to say. Because that's not information that's put forward. So you could really go either way on that thought. An easy thing to do, of course, would be to put it in my hand and test it. See if I just get a lot more yellow numbers with it. But probably not when our enemies are decently strong like these Dark Elves are. Probably not a wise course. You know, ignoring me showing off how staves attack and getting rinsed by the Thieves Guild in the process. Ow, 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 ow. Do not want arrows for all of you, but not for me. Yeah, it's definitely a good thing I lowered the sound effects back down a bit, because these exploding arrows are very loud. But hey, just pouring arrows into this vicinity definitely solved our problems. Could I have done that more efficiently with less arrows? Absolutely. But it was fun. And sometimes it's worth it just to do the fun thing. Oh boy. Huh. We're doing this again. Wow, they just walked right into that arrow. I don't think they wanted to be here anymore. Them and their spider shields. Die. Okay, the two of you together are actually a problem. Is when he actually gets a swing into me, he does a decent amount of damage, and then I could get chipped to death by the poison spells, and it would be a real problem. I say as I once again go toe-to-toe with the things that can hurt me a lot. You know, it wouldn't be particularly fair to just shoot the guy who's stuck between the rocks. Now, admittedly, the drow would not care about fair play in the slightest, but sometimes being the hero means you gotta make stupid decisions. Which, it remains a hell of a thing that this entire adventure started just because some thieves were bad at killing me. You know, because they decided not to just slit my throat when they had the opportunity to do so, whether the watch would see them do it or not. Is we all saw those watchmen not really try very hard to catch those thieves. I don't think they were in any danger. Ooh, a jeweled studded leather helmet. That's fun, but not worth putting on when we have a full plate helmet. But it is worth good money. So there's that. I had seen that there was an item with a lot of text pop up. That's why I went and looked through the inventory. Because usually, long line of text means good thing. And it was a good thing for my wallet, just not really a good thing for our equipment. Okay, that's that side cleared out. Leave no loot behind. I don't think our shield would block their magic at all. I haven't really tried, admittedly, but I'm pretty sure a wooden shield, even enchanted, wouldn't do much against magic. We can find out. Okay, no, it does work. Never mind. Talking out of my ass once again. I'm saving with a bolt of magic flying in my direction. This could end poorly. Missed. Oh, the level 3 elevator just works. Okay. I was checking that because I was assuming that the elevator was going to be broken. Okay, I can go back up. I didn't see a landing point for the elevator, so I was very concerned for a second that I had no way back up. I wanted to finish cleaning this camp out in case there's any goodies. Doesn't really seem like there is, but we're also close to a level, so finishing off the level wouldn't be a bad idea. Especially with the way that next part looked a bit different. We may very well be going into something a bit bigger and nastier down there. Like whatever is in charge of this whole bunch, for example. Because it is floor 3. 3 is usually where the bad things live. Meh. I don't know what I'm going to spend my points on when we get that level either. But we will figure that out when I get it. I could save here as well, but all it does is save us a load screen. Oh boy! Those are like Umber Hulks or something like that? I think those are called. They live down in the depths and they are very dangerous. so I was definitely right in thinking that there were going to be bad things down here. This is not quite the bad thing I was expecting. Apparently I've forgotten what they had down here. You saw how long that took to kill, so you can gather from there the kind of problems we're going to have. 'Cause I think if there's one there and it didn't have a name and health bar and everything, there's probably going to be more of them. Yep, they blew themselves up again. I heard the explosion. How many of them actually died in the blast? That's a whole other question. You hit a pillar again, stupid. They never really do practice their accuracy with their magic, huh? Nothing here. Oh, campfire. Stepped in it again. Don't think I picked up anything cool still. Nope, just a basic bitch longsword. Sad days. I should not be standing in the middle of them like that, even if they don't live that long. Remember, we died a fool's death at the very beginning of the game to rats by doing exactly that. And if rats can kill you, you know, anything else can kill you. And all it takes is one bad slip, and it's over. Oh boy. It sure is, and I still have plans of trying to get people together for the second one. Since this one's shorter, I figured it would make sense to try to get people together after doing the shorter one. Give people an idea of what they'd be getting into for those unfamiliar. I hope you've been doing well. Been in a bit since we talked. With any significance, anyway. There we go. 10 points to spend. I would only have 4 points left if I get my next combat reflexes, even though I want that. I want my faster attacking. I could get that in the next level to deflect missiles. 3 arrows? No. Actually, yeah. Faster attacking and just flat, stronger arrows isn't the worst idea. Shock arrows would be pretty much a flat replacement for our flame arrows, because they do way more base damage, but I think they do cost more to use as well. No, I think we just push our attack. There we go. Improved critical and combat reflexes again. Getting even quicker. You'll never reach remarkable attack speeds, particularly, but every bit helps. Because mechanically, I think all they're doing with that is they're reducing the wind-up time for the start of my attacks, which then allows them to flow smoother together. Fair enough, fair enough. Glad it's overall all going well. I would assume some of that itch comes from the fact that the next one's coming soonish. More studded leather boots that I don't need. curse you in your longer reach. They're getting low on potions. Because I'm just drinking my way to victory again. I think they're not dropping enough of them to match the amount I'm using. Spin, ABC, spin. Let's see. Yeah, I do only have 4 healing potions left. That is nothing but a shame. I was making sure it hadn't, like, changed to extra healing potions on our way through here. Pretty sure it wouldn't have yet. Pretty sure we get extra healing potions in the next area entirely. We do have a save point here. I may want to go acquire additional potions, especially since we're officially in the underground instead of just in the mines. So I don't think we're quite in the Underdark proper, but that's why we're seeing those Umber Hulks and such, as we're on the edges, I would assume. And the edges are bad enough. The edges are dangerous enough for those uninitiated in that whole thing.
Looking for anything in particular?
Ah, fair enough. Mods could make a big difference, yeah. And it's been alright over here so far. Sorted out the worst of the health aggravations I've been having, so can't really complain too much.
Never will you see such fine steel as you will in this shop.
Yeah, your steel may be fine, but I'm looking for finer, and you don't really have too much of that. Based on the hulks we're running into, though, I am gonna grab this better bow.
We have more than
Is there gonna be something I definitely want to just shoot and not have to go toe-to-toe with constantly? And it's hard to argue with 14 to 44 instead of 10 to 18. The low end isn't that much better, but that high end is very good. And it does mean we don't have to use our elemental arrows to get elemental damage. Which is always helpful. So as you can see, the bow's damage doesn't directly impact the exploding arrow at the very least damage. I think all of the magic arrows are actually still at their damage, not the bow's damage. For the most part, anyway. Actually, I'm seeing double numbers, so I think it might be it does the bow's damage and then the skills damage. I don't remember, and the clarity is not really there for it. These are 1 to 15, these are 15 to 20, and of course, Hail of Arrows is based on bow directly. I don't remember how that calculates. Based on the fact that they're dying to those exploding arrows faster, though, I do feel like there must be some impact that's happening. And this will definitely save us on some of our healing potions by just shooting our way through some of these hallways. I can just sit here and mainline rejuvenation potions and just fire away to solve my problems. Because they really don't figure out the whole, hey, I'm getting shot, I should probably go do something about that thing too well. We are chewing through our arrow supply a bit, but we still have 81, so I don't think it's going to be that big a deal. Doo-doo. Getting a lot of clubs suddenly. That's a lot of money. But I think part of the failing to pursue the guy flinging exploding arrows at them thing is they are prioritizing using their magic, so we just end up in a ranged duel that they lose. Because their magic, one, doesn't fire as fast as our arrows do, and two, doesn't do as much damage. Nor do they have the luxury of infinitely being able to heal. Well, not infinitely, but you get the point. 4... No. We have studded +3. I couldn't remember what pluses we had to what. The amount of save points we're getting going this way, I think I'm going the right way. Make progress. So let's save and then walk back down the other corridor. Right quick. Wait, no, we've already been over there. No, we haven't been down in that bit that I'm pointing at that you can't see me pointing at. But it's down by that other save point. Oh, I missed a healing potion and some money back when we were brawling our way through here, so I'm glad I walked back through. Wouldn't want to miss a healing potion. Go through so many of them. Yeah, right over here is where I was talking about. I don't think it's gonna go super far, or it'll link up with where we were going. One of the two. Is going the right way to link up with that. Thank you for all of those healing potions, boys. Always helpful when they just give me the resource I need to defeat their entire army. Okay, now this just dead ends out as I shove a man through a fire. Okay, so that was mostly pointless. I should have just let my Ring of Regeneration handle that, but reflex kicked in. Most of what's down here, I think, is naturally occurring cave now, rather than the actual mined-out territory we were in case people are like, wow, this all looks weird and jaggy and strange. It's like, well, it's naturally occurring cave system. It's gonna be a little weird. Not the uniform lines of a mine. Though the dwarven mines were not exactly organized either, I gotta say. Just a little more organized than these tunnels are. Nope, 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 nope. Absolutely not. I was kind of banking on the larger target catching the arrows better. I don't think he cares about fire that much. Yeah, low on arrows. Also, Hail of Arrows does in fact cost 2 arrows at a time, as you can see by my arrows running out twice as fast. And that's why you don't spend all of your time using the bow. Because I've actually used up all my arrows now. Now I have no access to any of my magical arrows. So that's gonna be a shame. Good thing we still have a good old chopping tool on hand. Look at it this way, we've dramatically decreased the weight we're carrying, I'm sure. Even with the weight being halved. Does mean I'm taking slightly more risk again, because I'm just going to be wading into every combat. Yeah, we only have 130 weight on us, even with carrying a bunch of goodies, so... Not too bad, not too bad. Just gotta hope we pick up a few arrows, though, before we run into anything too bad. Which, if we end up in a spot that very clearly looks like we're going to be going to a boss fight, I'm obviously going to go pick up a few arrows. Make our life a little simpler. Missed me. The handy thing about only being able to use my sword right now, though, is I can take a moment to, like, clear something out of my eye or things like that while I'm fighting, because I'm just sitting here mashing attack, more or less. And occasionally blocking, which is also on the same side. So my right hand can do all of that. About the only thing I really have to do is pay a decent bit of attention to my health bar. And that's just because we really don't have the durability to pay no attention. Oh hey, somebody who isn't dead.
Locked. Locked.
Guess I can't talk to him till I unlock the door. Can't just, like, talk to me through the bars or anything. But with there being cells around here, presumably somebody around here has the key. I'm surprised they have a prisoner and they're not just dead. But that would indicate to me that there's something around here that they want or need. And they need information to be able to get at it. Or potentially just information as to where to get it.
So, you are the one who has come to die. You will pay dearly for the deaths you have caused here today.
To be fair, none of them had to die. We could have just had a meeting about this, and then all the killing could have started, instead of me having to kill my way here to have this conversation.
My attack? You presume much. The dwarven mines were to be ours, but we care nothing for the Sunset Mountains, or your filthy surface cities. Those have been promised to others, and they may have them. Can it be that you've come all this way without knowing your enemy? Then
That is certainly a pose you're doing.
you brave.
There's a lot of things I don't know, but I do know you're going to die.
You will soon choke on your own screams, intruder, and then I shall offer up your body to Lolth.
Yeah, that's about right. So, you know how I said I was gonna buy arrows before doing a fight like this? Yeah, didn't realize we were quite getting to this. So not having arrows for this is gonna actually be kind of miserable. Because as you can see, she's gonna keep teleporting around the room, making stabbing her rather complicated. You know, typical caster things of running away. Yep, now she's whacking me with the stick. I can block your silly magic. Have to try harder than that. Yeah, like that. Shooting point-blank range works pretty well. Ooh, that fireball hurts more. Thankfully, she'll blow up her own skeletons a bit, so works for me. Oh, I'm getting parried too much here. You need to cease. Now remember, despite being a caster, their mages are usually pretty good in melee range. We didn't happen to pick up any arrows, right? Okay, I was double checking just in case because we're getting rather low on healing potions. So it would have been kind of helpful to have something to hit her with that didn't involve trading blows. Because she hits harder than we do, which is kind of upsetting. Yep, she's got a plague of bugs. That's worn off now. The ideal scenario here is we chase her off into a teleport quickly. Doesn't seem like her skeletons drop anything. Oh, that was a bad call on my part. I was hoping to keep her forced into the campfire so she would take residual damage from the fire. Which kind of worked, kind of didn't. Oh, she went that way. Okay, I expected her to teleport to the other side. Ooh, she cast that at point blank range, but she lost. She was too busy doing other animations. And down she goes. In an explosion, as you do. Oh, hey, look, arrows. Huh. What a shame that I didn't get a chance to pick those up before that, huh? Oh, well. First try for that fight, though, which is better than I expected. When things started getting real bad there, I really thought I was gonna end up botching that one. Hey, I've got the keys for this now. Ta-da!
Who are you?
You are not in good shape, huh? But then again, you've been in the oh-so-grand care of a bunch of dark elves, so that doesn't really surprise me.
I am Brogan. Tell me, are you of the Harpers?
Oh, you must be the one they sent that they didn't hear from, huh?
I was their eyes in the Sunset Mountains. There was something stirring within the mountains, organizing the gnolls, the ogres. Then the dragon appeared.
You know, it does make sense, actually, for their agent in the Sunset Mountains to be a dwarf. Because it's kind of uncommon for any others to be around for long periods of time. Like, obviously people pass through all the time, but few stay in the mountain homes for the most part long term.
I know little, but the fact that dark elves are working with them is a cause for worry. Whatever leads this army, it must be powerful to have such troops as allies. I heard the Drow speak often of their plans. Their goal was to exterminate the dwarven settlement here in order to protect the movements of the gnolls and ogres in the mountains.
Oh, so it was all a
In exchange for their
cover.
help, they were promised the mines and all within it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Aye. Though I know not why, they cared nothing for the gnolls and ogres.
I don't think that's the whole answer, but a bunch of gnolls and ogres appearing in Baldur's Gate would kind of cause problems, so it would have been useful.
Gate. I heard the drow speak of a gate, but it led to the marsh of Chilimber, not Baldur's Gate.
Okay, so that confirms the remaining piece of the triangle, because we saw the map that showed the marsh here and Baldur's Gate. Interesting that two of them happen to be here, and not in any other part of the triangle.
I had been searching for the source of the troubles in the region when the drow struck the mines. If my hunch proves true, then the gate to the marsh may lie within an ice cave within the mountains. I will mark it on your map. Finding your way to it may prove to be a trick, but you should be able to reach the cave from the mining camp. Now, the cave itself is sealed with a great sheet of ice, though I think the drow priestess made mention of some horn she used to enter the cave.
Oh, you mean the horn that's attached to the key that opened the door? Yeah, that probably can make use of that.
If these gates are the work of the creature behind these attacks, then ye must travel to the Marsh of Chilimber and find out the nature of this threat.
Gotta go do all the work again.
I fear you're right, friend. I fear you're right. Well, let us squander no more time talking of it. Find the gate and take the battle to the beast that's stalking us.
He'll sort out his own issues, I'm sure. We very nearly gained another level out of that exchange as well. But sounds like it's back to the mining camp for us, because I presume then that our path leads us through that only other existing route now, instead of anywhere else.
How can I help you?
Help me by taking all of this nonsense off my hands. Those boots are almost good enough. Like, dropping one armor class for a bunch less weight isn't bad, but it's the boots. The boots are the lightest part other than the gloves that I have, so it's not worth it. Ooh, a Ring of Regeneration +2, though. That's handy.
Swords, axes, hammers.
Get to equip our replacement arrows. Get rid of our Ring of Regeneration +1.
If you feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler.
No, I'd rather make you part with your gold. I like that a lot better. Speaking of gloves, I could upgrade to the chain gloves, but I don't think it's worth the money. And I'll snag an extra 20 arrows just to be on the safe side and a couple more potions while we're here. Save myself time in the future, you know? Assume he has the map we're gonna need.
I was worried for you. What news of the mines? Do the Dark Elves still hold them? Clangaden has truly blessed us this day. You have reversed our fortunes, and we shall never forget it. Have this, and with it, know you have the thanks of the Brungar clan as well.
Yeah, you know, I just cleaned out the entire invading army for you. So I'm just gonna have some small reward and the thanks of the clan. Not any more significant aid, yes.
Brogan's alive! Thrice blessed are we! An ice cave, eh? I've heard something of it from Brogan before, but I didn't think it linked to our troubles. If you go searching for it, be careful. More dangerous beasts than wolves and yeti lair on this mountain.
Oh, you mean like the dragon? Yeah, 3,000 coins. Yeah, that is not really that impressive. Let's go ahead and round up to 18 dexterity, match our strength and dexterity. 8 for combat reflex is a little too rich for my blood at the second. We could start pushing dodge. 'Cause it does seem like even with decent armor for the area, we are still getting hurt a bit. So we'll grab a couple hits of that, get us a couple free points, grab another hit of deflect missiles. We're almost maxed out on that now. Endurance so I can carry more? Nah, I don't think I need that right now. We'll go ahead and grab another hit of death blow and then get us one hit of meditation so our mana regenerates a bit. Sure. I think it always regenerates, but it doesn't regenerate at a meaningful enough value for you to notice without a few hits of meditation. Basically just trying to reduce our expenses even further. Yeah, we have 4 armor from dexterity now, which is not that big. Which is probably why we're not going to touch our dexterity anymore at this point. I may get a couple more points of wisdom for more experience. Pushing Constitution up wouldn't be the worst idea. I'm also now realizing that we have a flat 0% with our charisma right now. It might be worth grabbing a little bit of that, just so we at least have some modifying value. Is with the prices we're dealing with at this point, 5% actually starts to be decent. Earlier on, 5% would have been nothing.
Are you looking for anything in particular? Never will you see such fine steel as you will in this shop.
I wanted to see if his stock changed at all. It doesn't look like it did.
Swords, axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone.
So this Icy Burst Mithril Dagger is actually more tempting than you would think. With its 6 to 48, that's actually comparable. And it would be much faster. Either way, I presume we're going this way now. Through the dark forest. You know, there's a whole lot of wolves here for all that we were just told that things worse than this live here. I have to assume that the Ice Dragon will be the final fight of this area. Considering we haven't fought it yet. Oh, there's you guys. You're a little different than the other ones. So they may just be like stronger gnolls. Because they're mostly the same, they're just slightly different. Rah, 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 rah. Yeah, the +2 regen... Or was it +3 regeneration? Either way. The improved regeneration is giving me a meaningful amount of health bar movement. Not as much as I would like. I may have actually been better off taking the idea of having both regeneration rings. But I've already sold it, so no point thinking about it further at this point. Oh good, just a basic short bow. Hooray. I wouldn't even have been that excited to find that in the sewers, let alone now. Sometimes your loot table just decides, nah, no fun for you. That staff went very high. Just watch that hit the screen pretty much. I think it's mostly just these gnolls had like a slightly different fur pattern for some of them, or they're wearing like just different enough armor that it looked like they had a different pattern. Actually, that's probably what it is. They have helmets. Because they're otherwise kitted out like the same as the regular gnolls were. And these are definitely the same as the other ones. No, it was just a plain scimitar. Damn it. I saw the word scimitar and I was like, ooh, magic scimitar? No, sad scimitar. Let me throw. I wish to progress. All in all, nothing too scary through here so far. But I'm sure I'm setting myself up for failure by saying that. And you know, you would think, with us being the savior of their clan and everything, they would have at least told us what lives here instead of just saying, oh yeah, bad things live on that mountain. It's like, okay, what bad things? It's not like telling me will dissuade me from doing it. Clearly, I've shown a very shocking lack of self-preservation throughout this adventure. So it's not like telling me, oh yeah, like an Etten lives up there or something would stop me. I forget if there's even an Etten in this game at all. I don't think there is. Unless they're in the marsh, because I don't know the marsh that well, as I mentioned last time. Because usually I didn't complete the marshes, I just got there once, I think, and then just never ended up following up further. Is you do start to run into one of the biggest flaws this game has by that point. And it's only really a flaw that I care about. And it's that you start having filled out the majority of this list. You may not have maxed all of them out, but you run out of new things to get around this point. And that's always unfortunate. Like, obviously, I'm not asking for infinite amounts of growth or anything like that, though infinite options for growth would be nice. That just isn't viable. Not sure what you're pointing and laughing about there, ABC. Nope, nothing bad in that box, just money. Nice fancy enchanted axe. A troll who thankfully couldn't figure out to turn to attack me at first, so we got some leeway there. He's definitely hitting decently hard. Really need to be able to get better potions, I gotta say. Starting to become a problem. Having to drink a couple potions to get my health bar back. Ooh, a fine scimitar. That might actually be worthwhile somewhat. I don't think it'll be worth equipping, but it'll be closer to the correct amounts. And then there's things like these basic bit short bows. 9 to 12, no thank you. Once again, hard to convince myself to move away from 8 to 30. The kobold with a death wish, and away they went. Staff plus 3. If that was a fine staff plus 3, that might have been negotiable. Sir, stop that. Padded armor plus 2, huh? You need a padded room if you thought I was gonna use that. That almost looked useful. Yep, that's a scale helm plus 3. If that was literally anything other than a helmet, that would have been incredible. But it's a helmet, so it's useless because I have a full plate helm. Sad days are here again, because we keep getting the wrong things. Ooh, that is a serrated bastard sword. 18 guaranteed is actually tempting. We would lose the high end of hitting 30s, but that's guaranteed 10 higher than our low end. It's not on fire, which is less cool, but that might actually be worth using. We'll give it a spin for a little bit and see how it goes. It is a little slower, which is a downside to watch out for. Yeah, it's guaranteeing me 22s on things, it seems, whenever I don't crit. Meanwhile, when I was using this... yeah, we'd occasionally hit 26s and other 20s, but we do have a decent amount that are lower than that. So yeah, I think it is all right to swap to the serrated bastard sword. And you can block with it, it's just not as effective as blocking with a shield is. As one would expect. Come here, you. Like, I think the worst disadvantage this has is just the fact that it's slower. It does seem like it has a little more reach, as you'd expect a two-handed weapon to have. Ow, 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 ow. Getting low on healing again. Oh, and our inventory's full already, huh? We have picked up a lot of junk, so that makes sense. But I was gonna need to run back for potions anyway, so I guess this works out. Get back here. Cheeky little kobold keeps dodging. Don't get me wrong, I'm proud of him for avoiding so many of my swings, but he still needs to die either way.
I'm carrying too much.
Yeah, I don't think... yeah, even if we drank some potions, we're not making up enough weight to pick that up. So we'll just have to pick that up when we come back.
If ye feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler. How can I help you?
We do have quite a bit of money. If we're swapping to two-handed, we could just go for the Masterwork Greatsword of Speed at that rate. And go to 20 to 48, which will be better than our serrated sword.
Never will you
And
see
the
such
speed I
fine
do think is
seaweed
useful. I
in
think
shop.
that would actually make us, like, flat swing faster.
Swords, axes, hammers. We
Guess we're doing that then. And look at that thing. Nothing says overkill than a great sword like that. But yeah, I wanted to buy potions. That was the actual reason we came here.
Can I help you?
I mean, when it's half of what makes them what they are, you kind of have to have good beards. Like, just from a visual standpoint, the two things dwarves have is small and strong and beard. Those are their things. So they have to have good beards, otherwise they don't have anything. And it's also usually a very important thing to them, so they actually take good care of it. Yeah. I feel like that's one of those, at first it may have had a reason, and then it just kind of stuck because that's just the way things have been done. So a lot of things end up sticking around just because, oh yeah, we've done that this way for so long, I guess we'll just keep doing that. So dwarves became Fantasy Scotland. Well, there are a lot more than that, depending on the degree of separation you want to cut that to. But yes, there are usually two, like, big primary types, for the most part. Let me save before I go through that doorway in case there's bad on the other side. Yeah. And sometimes you'll have the two merged. But more often than not, they are separate entities, yeah. But they always like fighting. You got that right. They always like fighting. I was gonna say, frequently I can't help but say that the dwarves' dislike of elves is justified. Because usually the elves are dicks to the dwarves first. And then it just turns into a long history of fucking with each other. And you would figure those that like to live underground and favor metal and stone would be diametrically opposed to those who thrive in forests on the surface and are usually very into making everything out of wood. You just have like a large gulf there that can be difficult for them to work through. And not just because of that, but because of all the other gulfs that develop from that. Well, see, usually in the settings where the elves are magic supremacists, dwarves usually don't either dislike or have no aptitude for magic, so that gives them yet more ammunition to be like, fuck the dwarves. So it again puts them at odds just by their very natures. Oh, displacer beasts. Lovely. Remember when I said that the water physics actually doing something may matter in this game? These are an example of why, because they're invisible sometimes. And the water gives away that they exist. This also would have been a good time for me to still have my flaming sword that lights up when things are nearby, because it would have given away that they were around. You can hear them making their twinkling noises of teleporting. So you'll still be able to figure out that displacer beasts are about. You just may not know where they are. I always thought displacer beasts were really neat, though. Just, like, basically panthers with weird antenna that can teleport, turn invisible, and just are nightmares to deal with. That is a massive simplification of what a displacer beast is, but it covers the main points. Yeah, I counted your steps, you silly thing. I'm not stupid. Most of the time. more Yetis. It is interesting how these Yetis and the Displacer Beasts apparently coexist just fine. And without completely wiping either of them out. Considering a lot of typical elves are isolationists, I have to say the undead, actually. Because a lot of, even the sentient undead are usually motivated by making more of themselves, making more undead. And you can't really make more undead without making more dead first. And the typical elves, like I said, being isolationist means they just don't get involved to begin with, so it's hard to be genocidal when you're not there, or not interacting. Now, would your typical elves give a shit if everyone else was getting genocided? Not particularly, no. They again, isolationist behavior, they wouldn't really give a shit about the state of the rest of the world. As long as it doesn't come knocking on their doorstep, they don't care. But your definition of typical elves will vary depending on the media you've consumed as well. Because there are plenty of instances of the elves actually just trying to destroy all other races because they view them as inferior, or they feel so slighted in history that they decide everyone must go, etc., etc. Take your pick as to motivation. But I do think on average, the undead are portrayed as being significantly more violent. Because again, it's hard to make more undead without creating dead in the first place. The exception being cases where they're raising those who have died under just whatever circumstances they happen to die under as more of themselves. Which, natural death happens enough that they could genuinely just create a absurd amount of undead just by waiting. They wouldn't even have to make any. Oh, these are better wolves. These are like the big frost wolves. Yeah, see, they got ice breath. These are gonna be a problem. Ow, ow, ow. Because they drain your health so fast with that ice breath, because we basically don't have iframes to speak of against things like that. So the entire time you're near them, you're just getting minced. Oh, that's an ice giant. Oh, boy. Me with an ice bow as well. It seems like a call for flaming arrows. Get stun locked, idiot. I can just keep hitting you with more fire. Ow. Again, that depends on... It's like, I haven't really given any significant thought to notable D&D anything. Because I don't usually interact with the known worlds of D&D. Most of the time, when I had interacted with D&D, it was DM-created worlds. So, notable entities within the lore of the setting weren't relevant. But I do seem to recall that there are definitely at least there is, rather, definitely at least one very notable lich that did a lot of incredibly awful things, so there's debate there. And yeah, it's important to note that there are a significant degree of crimes against all sentient races involved in these fantasy settings. If you're only doing crimes against humanity, that's like an eighth of the bad things that happen in most of those worlds. Is fairly frequently, at least in like the way a lot of books end up getting written, those stories end up still being fairly human-centric. So you end up missing out on a lot of the negative things happening to the other races because they just end up being like footnotes or side pieces. Because, you know, you can rely on the human story being something most readers can relate to and go, oh yeah, I can connect with that. And the more you extend that divide, it may be harder for your average reader to just go ahead and relate to what's happening there. You know, ignoring the fact that a lot of the way races and such were made kind of are similar to humanity to begin with. Just usually very focused aspects of ourselves instead of anything else, really. Oh, that's another frost giant. That's not what I wanted to see. Well, hope you enjoy 1,000 arrows to your ankle, because that's what you're getting. Except I don't have 1,000 arrows, but don't tell him that part. He doesn't need to know that I'm gonna run out of arrows. There we go, just hacked his ankles out. But I will say, to roll back to the Elder Scrolls elves being problematic in a lot of ways, in the history of almost any fantasy setting, if you look back in the right places, you'll find the elves of that world causing a fucking issue somewhere. But at some point in most fantasy worlds' histories, every race has caused a fucking issue. So it's kind of a moot point a little bit there. Like, usually your front runners of the usual quote-unquote good races for being issues is the humans and the elves are usually the two big ones for being your typical good side race that causes a lot of fucking problems. Is, you know, humanity being usually held up as the entity of neutrality, is they're capable of both good and evil in 9 settings out of 10. Usually leads to a lot of, oh yeah, humanity kind of fucked everything up again. Guess everybody else is gonna have to fix it. Scenarios. Or at the very least, everybody's gonna have to deal with the consequences of it. Like, oh, humanity let loose this ancient demon again. Well, guess it's gonna take a unity of all the elves, dwarves, and humans, etc. to go sort this problem out. Really is worrying how often that kind of thing happens, huh? So I've lost count of the amount of scenarios I've encountered, now that I think about it, that involve insert race older than humanity puts away awful thing for like 10,000 years, greedy, angry, Endor, stupid human releases thing, now it's everybody's fucking problem. Yeah, no, those are all accurate statements. And that's even with me only having a somewhat surface knowledge of Elder Scrolls lore. Like, they're just fucking problems across the board. Even if they do end up having to be helpful a lot of the time, they, as societies, are kind of an issue. But that's also why a lot of fantasy and such doesn't really dig deep into those societies. Not to use that specific example, but just to use the generalized example again. Because if you did dig into a lot of those societies, a lot of bad shit would end up having to come to light, which would kind of turn the lighthearted tone a lot of fantasies intended for that doesn't go deep into that. And you would have no whimsy anymore, because everything is fucking awful. Oh, of course. Of their own, of others. You know, it's almost like they have a whole empire going. So, empires are not usually created peacefully or positively. Usually somebody has to get fucked over in the process. Some end up working out better than others. But that also depends on how much of the people getting fucked over gets swept under the carpet in the history of insert empire there.
Swords, axes, hammers.
I didn't want that shield. I thought I cycled over to arrows. Oh, wasted money. That shield would be good if I wasn't using a two-handed weapon now. But since I am, it's completely useless. You know, ignoring the fact that I could just stick it on my back and use it like a turtle shell. Wouldn't be great, but it would be better than not having it. Explode all the spiders, because they're stupid. But welcome to the ice spiders, because everywhere has to have goddamn spiders. And always of unusually large sizes. Again, depending on how you want to view it, that's, again, a fairly common theme. Like, it's very frequently a conflict of morally dubious nation fighting morally dubious nations across the scale there. Which I gotta say, as accurate as it is for everybody to be morally dubious, it kind of does lose impact when everybody's kind of awful. Like, it kind of kills any motivation to want to side with either side when you realize both sides kind of are shitty. It's like, you know, I kind of want to just wipe both sides out, because everyone would be better off. I'm saying when everyone is anything, no one is, kind of. Like, the scale starts not work once your baseline is being a piece of shit. Like, if your scale for being good in an insert setting here is not being out for killing everyone that isn't your specific group, that's not really a high bar. Wow, the poison from that spider hurts a lot. It's like, to use the morally gray statement again for a second here, if everything is in there, where do you have the basis to start determining where anything is anymore at that point? Like, you kind of have to just function on your own standard, just in general there. There isn't a scale to use. Which you're better off working on your own standards anyway. But it makes it complicated to actually have like either an alignment or a morality system, particularly when your starting point is bad. Like, to use another humorous example, not necessarily to be taken seriously, when your good faction only kills everyone on Tuesdays, and the other factions all kill everyone daily, it's not really a great improvement, is it? Well, there's plenty of alternative metrics you can use. Yeah, though that one doesn't always work either. Because if you think about it, both of those need to exist, just like good and evil kind of both need to exist. So going to the extreme of either side just may as well be a fail state. Is like, even without it going to a negative extreme, all you're doing is buying time in most cases if you completely expunge one or the other, because since they have to exist for the other to exist, then you end up with it just resurging at some point. Like, there's no way to completely win in any of those scenarios. Let's finish off Deflect Missile so I don't have to look at it anymore. Well, that's exactly what I said, yeah. I made it, to my mind, I made it very clear that neither of them have a good position in that scenario. Because both with scales end up failing when they get to the extreme end of either of them. Just because both have the same flaw doesn't make either of them a better system. Oh, absolutely. But at the same time, systems like that do have to be flawed, otherwise you end up with a situation where you cannot have a future story because you end up in a state of you cannot change this scenario using this scale anymore because it is now perfect this side of the scale, which means the other side does not exist anymore. Say there is a world with no evil anymore. How do you have a story of good versus evil when there's no evil? The answer? The scale has to either change where evil ends up being something else, or there has to be a resurgence of it somehow, etc., etc. Thus bringing that back into context again and making it actually a concept within that world again. Which is usually brought about by, like, this perfect good world getting corruption in and such. That's exactly what I mean, yeah. You cannot define one without the other existing, because you don't have a sense of scale. So the system would not function without a means of defining what a concept is. Let's go ahead and finish off improved critical as well, just so I don't keep having that debate either. And yeah, sure, we'll just grab toughness, which I think does more than actually just 3 hit points. I think it's 3 per level or something. No, it may have only been 3. Either way, a little bit more durability with the damage we were taking is a good idea. Good night, ABC. They definitely do less damage with those rocks because it takes them longer to throw them than it does for them to whack me with that hammer, so it's better to just shoot these guys in the knee until they stop moving. There we go. On the bright side, the Frost Giants do drop a lot of stuff, so they're worth shooting. An argument could be made, though, for just running past them, if you're really trying to go quickly. Well, that's the problem, is if I had an answer to that, I would have given it to you already. I just acknowledge that those systems are flawed, but they're flawed by necessity. I do think the two scales existing in tandem, which does exist in many places, is better than it being a pure binary scale between the two. Because it gives you more options for what something is. Because pure order could actually exist in an evil context and a good context, for example. But so can pure chaos. And vice versa. So it is completely workable to have both exist, and it gives you more methods of defining something. And there's no guarantee that that'll give you anything that's actually particularly useful to work with, but it gives you more to work with. Though honestly, having arbitrary scales of good, evil, order, chaos, to a certain degree also is bad in its own way. And I don't really know how to follow that thought up entirely, because the thought has not been fully formed in my mind. But this is also probably where all the morally gray situations have come about from, is they don't want to have just a rigid good and evil, necessarily. So it's all fiddly. And basically the most important thing is your own world has to abide by the parameters set for that world as best they can. And the moment you start making your parameters too flexible, you cease having the parameters worth anything. That's where I frequently end up, just because, like I was talking about, pure one or the other is bad. Like, do the endings for one or the other end up better in some cases? Yes. But a pure state of either side is detrimental in the long run. Because, like, invariably I end up finding a lot of things on either of those paths that I just disagree with. So it's like, okay, well, guess I'm going the neutral route, because I don't want to sit here and agree with this nonsense that they're spewing in some of these cases. So you just end up on that route. So I don't do specific routing ever. Like, I don't go for insert ending here or anything. So I end up just following what I choose to go with at that moment. Not even like a personal morality thing, just a how much can I work with this, even just narrative-wise. And there are some thought processes I just can't even work with, even just on a narrative angle. Just like, you know what? No, this thought process is fucking stupid. I refuse. That's not an uncommon thing, honestly, having the like figureheads or leaders of insert things not actually be the good parts of it. And I don't mean good as in good evil scale, just good as in well done. Because again, they usually are ending up representative of the extremes of what their thing is. Being the leader of, you know, that side. You know, just happen to casually slay a dragon in the background of that conversation. Don't mind me. Gotta ditch some of this stuff. And I can't even recall from this room. God damn you, game. Fine, I'll throw things away, I guess. And yeah, we're starting to get extra insert thing here potions.
My pack won't hold anymore.
Scale mail +2. That's probably worth a decent amount. It'll probably still be heavier than that leather armor.
I'm carrying too much.
Yeah. I have 15 weight available. Oh, I do also have like 55 of these things. So let's just throw a handful of them away. Leave those for the next adventure, you know.
I'm carrying too much.
Well, yeah, that is the extreme ends of those interpretations, at least on the scale that they're working off of in that universe. Leather armor was 15 weight. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it to sit here and try to juggle things around to try to fit that. I'll just refill on however many of those I can pick up, which wasn't that many. And then we'll just get out of here. So I think I could go back a room and recall, which is probably going to be a good idea because we're going to have to go through a fair bit of ground before we get to the hub of the next part. Or I can't go back a room. Never mind. The mysterious force of plot refuses me access to the area I was in before. And away we go. We gotta do the Act 3 thing first. Decent amount, because dragons are fairly powerful in D&D for the most part. So hunting them's not super common. It's obviously done, but not the most frequently done thing.
My pack won't hold anymore.
But they're also not, like, the most rare creature either. But that also depends on type and everything. Like, your price of a dragon scale would vary greatly depending on the species of dragon and everything. Like, there would be a fair whack of variation in cost. From a practical stand of things. In terms of how much it actually gets rendered out in system, I think it actually does not care that much about type, but from an actual business standpoint, it would make sense for it to matter as far as that goes. Because, you know, availability and everything would modify the price. And it's also worth bearing in mind that there is some separation between the various worlds within D&D as well, because, like, Forgotten Realms is its own thing, as well as other ones. Like, I think Eberron's another one? I don't remember them all. So, I think they're all separate areas with, like, the main overall umbrella is there, but there's, like, variation within them. Kind of like regional differences, more than anything. And I could be completely talking out of my ass here because of not having significant knowledge there. I would probably say in terms of the actual cost of those things, sentience is probably not a relevant metric. Which, you know, take that information as you will.
I'm carrying too much.
God, I still can't fit this damn thing. Sword is probably not worth trading those items for. Yeah, it isn't. The armor is actually worth more than both of these are, so we'll keep the armor. This is why I wanted to portal back before going in here. Because we're gonna have a constant inventory nightmare in here.
I'm carrying too much.
It's rated short sword +3. That might actually be worth something. Oh yeah, that's worth a lot. Still only a 9 damage weapon, but it's worth a lot of money. Warhammer of Disruption +2 would also be worth a good amount of money, but I definitely ain't gonna be able to pick that up. Oh yeah, we are at perfect 195 out of 195, so we're just gonna have to leave all of this behind, unless it lets me recall here. Yeah, that's what I thought. You can't recall to the previous act. Pretty sure, but I couldn't remember because I hadn't actually tried. Hope you'll like Undead again, because I get the feeling we're gonna be seeing a bunch of that. But this time they're swampy undead. Which means they probably just smell a lot worse. Pick up a potion, drink a potion. Pick up a potion, drink a potion. You know, there would be some value to switching to that Warhammer of Disruption for this bunch. Just because, as we talked about before, Disruption getting rid of them. And the blunt damage almost certainly being better. Oh, probably. I mean, honestly, most undead probably carry a whole battery of diseases.
I'm carrying too much.
Just purely due to the nature of rotting flesh. But swamp undead would probably carry even more, because they'll probably have all kinds of bugs and such in them too. Which isn't that a whole fun thing to deal with? We do have some more space left, but nope, don't go walking back for those things. We'll just pick up other things we find on the way, because we're gonna find more things. Like, if I were doing this in my own time, understand that I would be making sure, like, every single thing made it out of here. And turned into money for me. But it's not worth doing that for the purposes of what we're doing here, because one, it would be very boring to watch, and two, it would be cutting into me getting this done within the time frame I want it done in. Adderspine Road West. Entirely possibly. I mean, hell, one zombie getting loose in even a advanced city for the scale of this kind of thing could be disastrous if they actually considered what the actual diseases and such a rotting corpse could potentially end up unleashing. Which in some cases they do actually consider that a bit and like burn the bodies and such. Though that would have its own consequences too. This is why a lot of these things do get hand-waved in those stories, though, because it just starts to become things that they either cannot or will not deal with. Because it ends up being just entirely too much information to make a story meaningfully move. Yeah, see all these, like, nasty poison clouds these things are making? Yeah, just consider that, and it'll start to make sense what I'm saying about that being a problem. Because that would be a reasonable representation of all of the nasty things that would happen from something like that just walking around. I did run out of arrows again, huh? That's a shame. You got no arms left. Leave me alone. I mean, sure, you can still bite me, but how about you just leave me alone? Ooh, shiny thing. Give. Don't care that I got poisoned. I got the shiny thing. Don't need more recall potions right now. I really need to just curtail picking up every potion I see at this point. Because that's where a lot of our weight's been going, as I've demonstrated repeatedly. But I just have that compulsion to pick up the thing on the ground. It's like, what if I need it, though? It's a potion. Potions are good. And then I have 60 potions that I'm not using. And then I wonder why. And then we just continue the loop over and over again. The delay on these poison clouds coming out is actually really causing a problem. Because I wait thinking the poison cloud will be gone. Will have started and been gone, basically. And then it doesn't actually start till I step towards it. Well, actually, not all goblins like money. That's not actually a true always, no matter the setting thing. There are plenty of settings where goblins don't even have a concept of money. Because they're just, like, so far down the intelligence totem pole that they don't think that far. Now, could you compel them with, like, shiny things and still achieve a similar result? Sure. But that isn't a universal constant. Now, could you say that in every case where, like, the goblins are a major race? Or, like, at least a notable minor race? Yeah. It's just not every setting that goblins exist in. So even then, I think it's not 100% true, but it becomes much more frequently true. Just trim the rejuvenation potion stock down again.
Stay down.
Is like, depending on the examples you're thinking of, it may be less a matter of goblins being consistent and people using certain examples to go off of rather than creating a whole new entity. They just give them a new visual look, but retain the same identity. Because it's simpler than creating a whole new concept. Yes, but see, that's the thing, though. That's not them liking money. They just like shiny things. That's a different thing. That's like claiming crows like money because they like shiny things. That's the wrong connection to make. Correct. And that was the example I was going to use for why a bunch of other settings then had goblinoids that were similar. It is a simple case of people take a popular sample and reuse it. And of course, I'm sure we can trace back an origin point for the way they decided to make goblins be in Warcraft as well. But that would be an effort for someone other than me to do, because I'm currently occupied with something else. Oh hey, you're not hostile.
Peace, peace. Show no weapons. I have no wish to fight you. I am called Slavos. I
That's an unfortunate name.
Upon the snaking trail of mud to herd you here to this island.
Why are you trying to point me in a particular direction? Like, I'm not gonna question him speaking common, because anybody can learn to speak common if they really actually put an effort towards it. Or have access to a means of learning it from someone or something. Yeah, why are you shepherding me here? That's an important question.
Had you kept upon the road of snaking mud, you would have stumbled upon the gathered tribes of my people. They live within the inners of one of your drowned cities. It is no place for a warm blood from beyond the marsh.
You know what? That's fair. Simultaneously both protecting me and stopping your entire gathered people from being destroyed. That this is a good decision.
I have brought you here to ask why you have come to our lands. The Onyx Tower, is it your god?
See, look at this. This is somebody actually willing to ask questions about what somebody's purpose is before everybody starts lashing out at each other. Look at you. Being civilized.
The Onyx Tower, whose surface glitters like oil upon the water. It arrives in our homeland quick, sudden, and stabs into the heart of the marsh like a poisoned spear. All the tribes have raised their spears to it. Their hissing has become low and weak, that of slaves. The tower has devoured the hearts of my people, all except Slavos.
Yeah, I do need to deal with the problems in this area, and that tower definitely sounds like a problem. How did it get here, though? That is a good question.
I do not know. Darkness falls, then rises. Leaves the tower behind like a weapon dropped on a field of battle. Tower smells of fire pits and cities, things not of the marsh. Not even moonlight will touch it. For the tower drinks its light. It is a black kiss, a serpent's bite on the land.
So it was either created magically, created very quickly, teleported there, or it was always there and it got brought back, like it rose up or something. Okay. I'm going to assume he doesn't know what's in the tower because, based on his response to how it smelled, I don't think he would have been willing to go in it, and he probably didn't have any means of getting in there.
If you will strike the spider within the tower, then I will give you help any way that I can. Supplies, guidance, these things I may help you with.
Well, you can answer your own question there as to why those races are designed the way they are when you think about the circumstances that they operate within.
If you wish to reach the tower, you must first go through the tribes of my people. Slavas shall ungrow the walls of vines in your path, clear the way for you. Continue along the snaking trail of mud to the drowned town of humans, now the great gathering place of the tribes of the marsh. Beyond the drowned city is the tower.
I don't think he'd be willing to tell me if they have weaknesses. Those are still his people.
Once before the great drowning, our land was the land of your people. Now, under the water, many things of your people can be found. Things of steel and magic. Slavers cannot use them, does not need them.
Oh, and to finish the thought I had about the circumstances of those species, consider their positions in the narrative that's being made by whatever story they're told within as well. Like, do they have to be this way because they're on one side or the other, etc.? And all of that lends itself to why they're written the way they are. Sometimes they're just lazily written, and those are easy characters to make. We can already kind of assume what the Great Drowning is because that's what made this place the marsh that it is. And that's why the cities are referred to as drowned cities, so we don't really need to ask too much there. We don't know how long he's been alive, so we don't know if he was alive for that to have any real information there. But we do want to do some business, because I need to get rid of a lot of things. One wonders what use he has for gold, either, but I'm not going to question that, considering he has a seemingly unlimited supply of it, and a capacity for taking on all of the random bullshit I'm carrying. And it must have been a great civilization before it drowned, considering there's all kinds of powerful weapons and armor here. Also, get a load of some of these prices. 154,000 for this adamantine halberd of speed plus 3. Yeah, remember when like 30,000 was expensive just a little bit ago? Yeah, the prices scale hard. We could get this Icy Burst Mithril Longsword, but I don't really have a reason to spend all of my money on a slight improvement of swords. And you'll notice we can get full plate now. And it may actually be worth my while to get a full set of full plate. We could get half plate, but it would quite literally be a half measure. Yeah. I mean, some argument can be made for him just, like, storing a bunch of shit in the hut out of sight as an excuse for that somewhat, because his hut's right behind him there. He could easily just pitch it in there the second he takes it. But eventually that hut would not be able to contain everything either. Oh. Cutscene for opening the wall, I assume. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, I wanted to have a look at my armor values before I made my trades. Yeah, we'll gain decent increases to our armor, but it is going to be a bit of an increase in weight as well.
You have returned. Is it help you need?
Oh, we can actually rest and heal here as well, it looks like. That'll be useful-ish. I don't know if I'm gonna go for the full plate chest, because it'll be an increase of 35 weight for 16 more armor. But the other pieces aren't too bad, and there are sizable increases in defense. So we will kit out and full plate everything else. His armor class right now is 67. All of this puts us up to 78. So 11 more for only a little bit more weight. Oh, I did stupidly buy another full plate helm. It's fine. But, like, for example, on the gloves, we doubled our weight for double the armor, so that's valid. We gained 5 more defense for only 2 more weight on the boots. That's actually pretty good. And I equalized on the helmet because I'm an idiot and bought a duplicate.
You have returned. Is it help you need?
A lot of things are shaped like friends depending on your view of such things. And friends can be just as dangerous anyway. That Mithril Great Axe is actually kind of compelling with its 39 to 51, but it is heavy. Like, I would rather something like the Adamantine Bastard Sword, both because I like swords better than axes, and because it's much lighter for similar results. And a higher, or top end for the damage, actually. But that's not happening right now. Yeah, we're already at 135 weight, so we can only carry 60 extra weight. So if I added the 35 from the full plate armor, we would basically not be able to carry anything of value. And that's the downside to having your weight capacity count the gear you're wearing, even if it makes sense. Yeah, now we will recall here at any time we actually choose to recall. Yeah. Hippos in particular are scary. Alright, new territory. As you might imagine, we are going to be fighting a lot more lizardmen, and probably a lot more undead still. So I think we need to get back to the actual, like, drowned city sections for there to be as many undead again. So I'm pretty sure now that I'm thinking about it, and this is a pretty obvious thought, the undead in this area are probably the past humans that ended up going down in the Great Drowning. That would just make sense. I mean, who wouldn't? Hippos are fucking vicious for what they are. And it's kind of like, in some ways, oh yeah, it's fairly similar to how dangerous a pig is, for example, because of all the weight that they have. Like, something with enough weight can be far more dangerous than something that is sharp or anything like that, because you will just be crushed before you have a chance to bring anything sharp to bear, for example. Wow, even with the upgrade to everything other than our chest plate, though, boy oh boy, things here hurt. But then again, they are throwing magic at me, which all of the plate armor in the world ain't gonna save you from a fireball. If anything, it just means you're covered in foil for the fire to cook you. Get back here. I know you're running to your friends, but stop that. Okay, you know what? Go stand in that guy's fireball. That's fine. I'm fine with this answer. Serrated Fine Scimitar. I think we've seen one of those already, so probably not worth looking at. And I want to say big, square, open areas like this are going to be fairly common in this area. So don't be surprised if I spend a lot of time just kind of walking around looking for things in big open spaces, because it is a marsh. There's going to be a lot of open space in this marsh. Well, it's definitely not ethnic cleansing because we're just cutting through to get to a place. We're not actually attacking them as a species. We are trying to get to the tower. I also don't know if you can count it as that when it's one entity, as in one exact person doing it. I would have to actually look at the definition on that one. And it definitely is self-defense because I have attacked all of them after they have attacked me. I entered their area, which makes the self-defense aspect of it sketchy. But in a direct, have I been attacked first, the answer would be yes. If they just let me through to the damn tower, I would leave in peace immediately. And I need to go buy more potions again. Like, you could have the same debate about everything we've had to go through.
You have returned. Is it healthy?
Didn't really mean to do the rest prompt, but the rest was helpful. But if you think about it, our motivations in this are kind of a bit questionable, considering our entire motivation for starting this journey was getting revenge on some thieves that attacked us when we entered Baldur's Gate. We could have been done with this whole thing after we dealt with the Thieves Guild. But no, we carried on. So, you know, motivation at that point becomes an interesting problem. It depends on the definition and the sentience of the undead involved. In the case of these undead, yeah, that really isn't much of a thing. Like, in terms of invading territory, the argument could be made I still invaded the territory of the undead that are here. The ones that were in the temple weren't supposed to be there, so that's a whole different discussion. But the ones that are here are technically native to this land. So an argument could be made that I am doing wrong by removing them. Even though undead are, you know, typically not a naturally occurring thing. So there would be debate in that line as well. Not useful debate, but it would be a debate that could be had if people are motivated. See, that's actually a different thing, because those are naturally occurring. I thought I was out of range of that blast. I was not. I was not, as it turns out of range of that blast. And let that be a lesson in how dangerous those remain to us, even at this point. I also forgot to buy potions, so maybe this worked out for the best. And yeah, see, we constantly can get extra healing potions now, which are the strongest healing potions I think we can get in this game. But also get a better ring of strength and such. I actually didn't even look in here, and I should have. I think we have a ring of protection, a ring of regeneration, and an amulet of dexterity. Okay.
You have returned. Is it help you need?
That's mostly accurate, yes. There's actually been a couple interesting cases in some universes where the undead do actually provide a beneficial service, but that's an outlier discussion. But you are correct in the vast majority of circumstances that they would be pretty safe to treat as an invasive species. Yeah, I think I'll actually grab this Ring of Strength +3, and we'll replace our protection ring with the dexterity ring and our regeneration with the strength. Because the regeneration is just not strong enough to be worth it compared to increasing our statistics.
You have returned.
So go ahead and clean those out. And the Ring of Strength does give us more carrying capacity, which helps. Because that means I actually have a little bit more wiggle room to add some more potions. So I don't run out of them immediately. So let's go ahead and get rid of some more of the rejuvenation potions, because I'm not using that many of them. Balance that out a little bit. I also don't need 20 recall potions on hand right now. There we go. That's better. The benefits of blowing yourself up sometimes. Just don't make a habit of it. That. Set these off away from me this time so I don't blow myself up again. Because it'd be rather inconvenient if I did that again. Might be funny though, but that's neither here nor there. Warhammer +3, halberd. Well, you gotta think, this was made in the early 2000s. That was the style of the time. Wow, none of this is that impressive. Yikes. And I remember when a Warhammer +3 was exciting. It was just yesterday, in fact. Now it's gotta be like an entire word vomit of a weapon to be exciting. Man, these marshes are quiet. Other than the random attacks from the native lizardmen that want me to not go to the tower. I was gonna say they want me dead, but I don't think they really care about that, especially. They just don't want me getting to the tower, since they are very clearly under the control of the tower. Based on the way it was described to us. Be it that they are, like, mentally controlled by it, or that they're worshipping it as some kind of new deity. They're still very much in line with whatever the tower wants, or whatever's in the tower wants. Does make you wonder why Slavos is the only one who was not affected by it. That's always an interesting question. Aside from the obvious answer of the plot required a lizard man to be there that was not affected, therefore they placed one there that was not affected. I think I have enough points to finish Deathblow off. Because it'll be 4 points and then probably like 6 or 7 points. Only a 5. Yeah, we'll finish that off then. This way we have the highest odds of critting and our strongest damage on our crits. So that's the best our damage can be as far as our melee goes. Other than making us attack faster. We're just gonna take the carrying capacity because, God, is it becoming a problem. There we go. Now we have about 100 carrying capacity available. Because remember, as the gear gets heavier, your capacity needs to grow to match it. Well, it was described as the great gathering of his people. And he did describe it as multiple tribes. It's probably not all of them, but a few of the tribes that were near where this thing landed probably are all there. But I wouldn't say it's all of the marsh. Because I have to imagine if it's like some kind of psionic compulsion or something, it would have a limited radius. As to how far that radius is, that's a whole other question. The answer to that question being however far a radius the game needs for it to populate the entire area with things that are trying to kill me. Like, I know that's not the most exciting answer, but I don't really have a means of giving a more, like, accurate numeric answer. Though the whole "this is just one tribe" thing also brings up the question of how big are there tribes around here? Like, we don't have a means of knowing just how large a tribe here could be. Because a tribe could be anything from, like, 2 families up. If their tribes are small around here, then this could be, like, a dozen tribes for all we know. Either way, one thing we can guarantee is there's a lot less of them suddenly. So, whatever kind of power struggles and such they may or may not have been having before this happened, that entire power dynamic is going to have shifted very drastically after this ends. And it's going to be all our fault. And that's gonna make life complicated. For those that survive this. It'll be great for some of them because they'll take on that power vacuum and benefit it, I'm sure. Now, just a short bow +2. Every time I see something glowing, I'm like, I'm hopeful. Well, see, the mistake you're making there is assuming they work off of our numbers. That the only world in which that numeric matters is in our definitions of such. His description of what a tribe entails would depend on whatever his numbers are. But by our scale of a tribe, this entire marsh might be one singular tribe if you're working off of that metric. Because there may not even be more than 1,000 individuals in this marsh. We don't know how big this marsh is. Aside from big enough to be annoying to walk around in. I mean, why wouldn't it be? That's the main context you have to work off of. That makes sense. So, something that does bug me a little bit is we have all of those very clearly, like, human-shaped undead running around. I wonder if the lizard men are affected by whatever makes them into the undead that they are. Like, do they have, like, special rights for their dead to prevent that happening? Is it just, like, located in specific areas and then those undead radiated out from there? So the dead that fall in other places don't rise? Who knows? The real answer is they didn't want to model more types of undead, but... something to think about too if you want to have extra thoughts bubbling around. Just for sake of having things to think about. Or hell, why is all this wood so clean looking? What do they treat it with that it doesn't just start rotting like everything else in the swamp? Or is the wood around here just naturally resilient for that? All things to think about if you are inclined towards such things. Yep, I hit a load zone by accident while I was trying to pick things up. Whoopsie. Well, I probably should be here anyway. Is that ping important? Ah. Yes, but not something I need to immediately do something about. So I was telling other Archipelago interested people that in an unbelievable, to a certain degree, turn of events, somebody actually did the work to make Monster Hunter Wild, no, not Wild, World, viable in Archipelago. Which I'm super curious about, but since it's in a really early state, I'm not gonna toy with it too much yet, because I don't know how well it works. But I am fascinated by that as a concept, because the sheer amount of checks you could generate in something like Monster Hunter would be immense. And to be fair, we don't know what kind of society these lizardmen had before they got taken by the tower. They could have actually been fantastic artisans for all we know. Like, obviously they built over the ruins of a human civilization, so the stonework and such probably isn't theirs. But we don't know what kind of work they were doing before, or they got turned into what we're dealing with now. So the same could be said of anything we've been dealing with. Even the Yetis could have been, like, peaceful farmers for all we know before they started throwing rocks at us. So what kind of farming you would do on an ice cap is beyond me. Well, again, you're operating under the rules of our world. There could be weird fantasy crops that can grow in a swamp. And there are definitely things you can grow in swampland. I don't know, I can't think of how many of them are edible off the top of my head, but there are definitely things that can grow in marshes. But we don't know the ecosystem of this marsh in particular, nor the trading situation of the local area. got plenty of ways that they could be surviving just fine. Or, you know, they were all cannibals before this happened. That's always an option, too. They're just eating each other. No, there may be, like, specific swamp-dwelling passive creatures that they've learned to breed for food. That's not an impossibility. In some fantasy settings, there's even, like, super large insects that get bred for food and things like that. That easily could be a thing here. And those would survive in a marsh environment reasonably. And by super large, I don't mean like city size, I mean like cattle size insects. Because again, none of this has to play by our rules. Wouldn't be much of a fantasy if it all had to apply by our rules. Exactly. This is why I brought that point up. Like, it's just contextable enough to our world to be believable, while also separated enough to be outside of our reality at the same time. And I'm burning through potions. Already back down to 1 potion. I'm also, like, carrying a lot of stuff again. Like, I'm not getting bad on weight, but I would like to clean this list up a bit anyway. Like, even the cannibalism angle is actually somewhat believable, depending on the universe you're working in. Is there are multiple universes where the lizardmen of that world, for example, would eat the people that show up. It's like, you know what? Not only do we not want you around, but you taste good. Perish. So in some cases, I believe that's more of a ritualistic thing than a... this is our main means of sustenance. It's a real shame you don't have an enchanted full plate. So listen to me asking for enchanted full plate. I'm getting real fucking uppity at this point if I'm looking for that. I should be thankful he even has full plate at all. At 33 extra healing potions should last a bit. Yeah, you don't know what it'll end up meaning. It could be a lot of things. Be anything. That's always the fun one, the question marks attached to a question like that. So it ends up being, what do you do when you ask as the meal, the guest, or the chef, and they say yes? What do you do with that? What do you even go from there with? Aside from running. Because you can't even really, like ask what order, because it would be pretty clear what order it would have to work in functionally. The meal part would have to be last. Because you can't be eaten and then cook yourself. That doesn't work. You can't really... Well, you could be the guest in their stomach. That at least functions logically at that point, even if it's weird. Okay, that was just garbage padded gloves. That's what I thought I saw. And of course, we have these big metal pots all over the place. Do they know how to make those, or if they just salvaged so many from the past settlement that was here that they just conveniently have a pile of them around? Like, we haven't seen any signs that they make it more advanced things, but like something like this ballista here would not have survived flooding, so they had to have been able to make that. It's very interesting. Like, sure, maybe a few of them were above water, but the odds of them all being above water doesn't seem right. Well, yeah. We were also just talking to one of them, so clearly, unless he's an incredible aberration in even more ways than not being affected by the pillar or a fuckery, they clearly had language, and still would if they were willing to speak to me. Like, it may not be a complex language. It would just be whatever is sufficient for their needs. But they are clearly capable of communicating amongst themselves and things like that. Because again, you can use the way he described what happened to all of the tribes as an indicator of that. At least a potential indicator of that. There wouldn't be any guarantees there, but... Of course, another interesting question is, did they all originally live in these locations we're seeing them right now, or did they all move here to be nearer the tower? Needed to sneeze, but we don't know yet. We haven't gotten to the tower, so we don't know the nature of what's going on with that enough yet to know what we're going to do about the tower. Just bear in mind, we only learned that the tower even existed from Slavas just a few minutes ago. We don't even know how the tower is affecting things, other than it clearly has turned the local tribes hostile. More hostile than normal. A little potentially. Thank you. Like, ordinarily, I would assume these tribes are off doing their own things, ensuring the survival of their tribes, etc. But they've now gathered here. At least that's what I'm gathering from what we were told. Which there's no guarantee any of the extrapolation there is accurate. but it fits well enough that I would assume that it's accurate. Because it would also make all of the bridges and such make some sense. Is for them to be in the shape that they're in, they may be recent construction. So, like, they may have all been built after the tower appeared. And then the state of that construction, like I said, then makes sense. I would assume these banners and everything are probably from the humans from before. But it could be from the tribes as well. I haven't really been paying attention to see if there was more of them. Like, more banners than just the one with the, like, moon symbol looking thing on there. Which might be a horn rather than a moon. Some variety of shape in that vein that we can't see well enough to be like, oh yeah, it's definitely that. But both would be reasonable things for a banner like that to have on them. Now, if it had an eye on it, I would say it probably is from the tower, because it may very well be the same symbology that the Thieves Guild ended up with. Though I would say the eye insignia that that Thieves Guild had was probably because they were beholden to a beholder. Because, you know, thing with lots of eyes, having heraldry of an eye, that makes sense. Magic's not a guarantee of advancement, though. Depends on the nature of the magic they're using. Like, obviously it's the same kind of spells, but the origin point of their magic could easily be on very different layers of advancement. Is like they've got very shamanistic designs to them. So it may be that they achieve the same magic that, say, the wizards of the more civilized areas achieve through study and books. They may achieve through rituals and end up with fairly similar effects. You know, different means to the same end. Or they could actually be receiving that from whatever deity they're worshipping. Which, again, is a very different bar of entry as far as advancement goes, depending on how your magic system works.
Hello there.
Oh, absolutely. Hey there, Clyde. How's it going? But this is why I was saying that they're probably a fairly decent society in terms of advancement relative to their area. Just based on what was available information-wise to begin with. Because even to just use a fairly common depiction, they would probably be like in the nomadic, a little bit above caveman layer of human civilization, just to use it as a relative example. They would be above that, guaranteed. Because you also have to consider they very clearly know how to make tools based on the things they're attacking me with. So you can ascribe tool making there as well. Because obviously not all of this is things that they picked up out of the water. And not all of it's just a rock on a stick, for example. So it looks like their shields are made out of like a big turtle shell, so those aren't particularly complicated. They know how to make basic structures, yeah, like all those like reed and wood buildings we passed, they made. All this stonework is again the drowned city that was mentioned. So they may not know stonemasonry. Yeah. They may not be above all aspects, but they at the very least have some aspects that are advanced beyond that point. Because remember, a group doesn't rise universally. They may not have all aspects that would be beyond a certain threshold. And of course, some of that advancement may have been accelerated by access to the things that were under the water in here. Because it may have caused them to consider things they wouldn't have otherwise thought of in the immediate. And based on all these damn firebombs they're throwing at me, they at least know basic chemistry. They may not understand how it combusts, but they understand that mixing those things makes a thing that combusts. And is very upsetting when you throw it at somebody. Because that's not magic that those regular guys are throwing at me that's causing those fires. Those are like little balls that are exploding.
You have returned.
Exactly.
Is it help you need?
A lot of adaptation can happen. Like, some of it probably gets immediately abandoned and ignored because it doesn't suit a purpose that they can wrap their head around, or that they have a means of making use of that they think they have any reason to do. But, like, take all of these weapons and such in this man's inventory right here. If all of this stuff is just strewn about in the water here, why are the lizard men attacking me with stone weapons and things? You would think they would be making use of all of this stuff. But even he said he has no use for these things. Yeah, perspective can shift because of access to new information, yeah. I think this adamantine bastard sword might be the way here with its 40 to 80. Compared to our 20 to 48. And it's even lighter as well.
You have returned.
I'm sad that we are still bereft of magic damage in that situation. But it is very hard to argue with that. And then again, plus, +1 and higher weapons are usually treated as magical to a certain degree anyway, I do believe, so it's fairly safe in that regard. If I had the 90,000, I would actually grab one of these instead, like the Shocking Burst Battle Axe, or this Darkwood Staff would actually be pretty fun, even though the low end of it's, like, horribly low. Like, if the high end of either of these was just a little bit higher, I would take one of these. But they're just not there. So, Bastard Sword it is. And I do like Bastard Swords.
You have returned.
And I say that because I don't particularly care for the, like, overly large two-handed swords. Like, great swords and larger are a little too much to my mind. But a Bastard Sword's a nice middle ground. It's a little bit smaller, usually, than those, but larger than a longsword for the most part, as far as I'm aware. So they provide a good bit of variety of usage within the variety of usage a sword has. I would love to upgrade our armor further, but unfortunately we don't have a means of doing that. Well, then again, I could have bought the full plate chest, actually, at this point. Is we fixed our lifting capacity issues. I also did forget to buy potions again. I bought the sword and then completely forgot about potions, so hang on, we're going back again.
You have returned. Is it help you need?
Well, that's what I was saying earlier, yeah. I don't know what use he would have for gold. How much was the full plate? I could afford the full plate. So, you know, we'll go ahead and get the full plate now, then. Because even though it's going to raise the weight by 35, we still have a meaningful amount of storage space left at that point. And it is a 16-point increase. Behold, the archer in his full plate armor.
You have returned.
Like, the scale mail really did feel more fitting. But we're gonna wear the plate armor because it's better. But I do think, logically, it would have made more sense if I was, like, handing him an item for an item. Like, oh yeah, here, take this sword in exchange for that sword. Because that would be a more direct exchange of value. Even though he doesn't directly value the items himself. Which also makes you wonder how he ascribes a gold value to these things to begin with, to determine pricing. Since he, like I said, he himself does not value those objects, because he said himself he has no use for them. So it's like, okay, where does the pricing come from? Did he learn capitalism from the... whoever taught him common? The world may never know. He's like, really, the only thing he would have to ascribe value to these things is the knowledge that I need them. Ah, that's his pricing tool. I made it the fuck up. I'm familiar with many merchants with that pricing metric. know why this place doesn't have music. Just has occasional crowing and weird noises. Everywhere else had music, even the caves had music. Somewhat. Or was I just making up music in my head the entire time? I mean, this is true. But by that same question, who else is gonna do business with him? I'm his only customer. Which actually makes him charging whatever the hell he wants still makes sense either way, now that I've said that. Damn it. So unless the tower is specifically wedged in this keep, I don't know why we're going into the interior of this castle. I mean, it always does, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on which side of the deal you're on with that one. Now, I keep hoping that one of those things is going to be something good, and then it ends up not being something good. You know what would be a hell of a thing? What if he's just conjuring all of that gold out of nothing? Like he's just casting an illusion on like swamp grass and rocks, and I'm just convinced it's gold. And I'm just gonna leave here, and then the majority of my gold just turns to fucking rocks and swamp grass. I didn't even see the bomb. God damn it, game. You got me again. It was completely obscured by my character model there, and I didn't hear the hissing because I was too busy rambling about the potential for him to be screwing me over with swamp grass money. He got me again. He fucking did it again. He's only gone and foiled me again. The whole thing about casting an illusion on the money, though, I wouldn't have any way of knowing. This guy doesn't have detect magic. This is also entirely a possibility. He may just have some pigments he mashed together, or that looks gold-ish, and he just painted a bunch of rocks. It's like, oh, the weight's right, sure, yeah, why not? This guy's too busy with everything else to question why he has gold to begin with. We are getting different stuff, though, and some of this is debatably better. Ring of Protection 5 is actually not bad. It's a shame I can't wear more than 2 magic rings, even though I have 8 other fingers. But something balancing the magic, etc., might blow your hands off if you're wearing too many magic rings. I forget if that's this world's explanation or what world explains it as there's actually, like, a limit to how much magical power your body can handle. And if you put it into poor balance, the fucking fingers fall off or something. Ooh, that's a decent half-plate helmet. It's lighter than our full plate. You know, there's something not great about that look with what we're doing here, but we're just gonna put that on my head anyway. One has to wonder how our armor stays so shiny as well. You would think it would just be absolutely coated in swamp muck. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. There's a lot of various problems with it. Both aesthetically and many other ways. But the numbers, though, it has the same defense, but it's lighter. Yeah, you know, that look. The look that you can see with your eyes. That see the look. Yeah, you know, it's actually gonna bother me. There we go. There comes a point where something's just a little too ugly. Why is there an Underwater Hulk here? Why are you here? Why is this thing here? This is not okay. I could be completely calling this thing wrong, but the point remains that shouldn't be here. This does not belong here. Like, I'm already upset because I have to fight these things again, but I'm also upset about the fact that it doesn't belong here. But this is another important point to remind everyone that despite how confidently I speak things, very frequently I do not in fact know for certain any of the things I'm saying unless I tell you for a fact I know what I'm saying. I just say things confidently because my memory tells me it's true. That memory that we have seen be proven wrong on numerous occasions. You know, this room could have been much smaller and achieved the exact same thing. Oh, hey, chainmail that I don't need. I mean, it's always Mike's fault, but proving that is a whole other scenario. But that's for other people to do. Other people can prove whose fault it is, and I will already be gone before anybody knows what happened. Just money, huh? Not even that much money on this at this scale. When I got things that cost 90,000, I don't think 200 gold is compelling anymore. But you always run into that problem. Like, do they start dropping you thousands of gold? Like, what do you do in that scenario? And the answer is probably yeah, just start dropping thousands of gold. I think we found a leader.
No trespass. This is the land of my people. Sethith rules here.
Good for you, Sethith. Now, I got a bit of a problem, though. I need you to stop being in my way. And you're doing a very bad job of not being in my way by saying you're gonna try to stop me.
I will put a spear through your heart and drink blood from your skull. Your bones I shall give to the tower.
Are you just having a translation error here, bud? Because that's not a spear you're holding. It's got points on it, so I see why you'd use the word spear incorrectly here. But that's definitely not a spear. That's a big club that's going to be really pointy and hurt a lot. So that definitely looks like a metal shield he's got there. I do approve of the Skull Cup idea, though. The Skull Cup idea is neat. You know, when you say how refined, I'm just getting the image of him with his pinky up drinking blood out of my skull, and I just can't get that image out of my head. Because it is very entertaining. So I don't even know if he has enough fingers for him to have a pinky finger. I didn't actually count his fingers. Oh, that's what I saw coming. I couldn't do anything about it, though, because even if I drank another potion, he was going to outdo that. I thought I could duck away from him quick enough. I should have just blocked. Because he does hit real hard. But, you know, when I come up to his hip, it's kind of easy for him to crush me with a club that's almost me tall as well, probably. He definitely gets some real high rolls on those hits sometimes. Okay, yeah, blocking with this sword is not as effective as a shield either. Of course, they have the same advantage we do when it comes to hit detection, in that if it would have hit you when you started moving, it'll still hit you. There he goes. And he dropped mostly trash. I was gonna say, is he gonna talk to me for a bit before dying? But no, he just kind of was fighting the idea of dying, which is understandable. But unfortunately for him, death was inevitable. Considering the whole, you know, we can't permanently die because we just keep reversing time until we have a timeline where we win. Which is really unfair when you think about it. Yep, the rotting bog is full of more undead. That makes sense. Especially with his statement about giving my bones to the tower. Because you can take that in the ritual way, but you could also take that as the tower has the power to raise the dead. He did learn that, yeah. He learned a valuable lesson that you can only learn once. Let's see. Dodge isn't that expensive yet. More endurance is getting pretty pricey. I do want another level of combat reflexes because we only have one more to finish that off and be as fast as we can possibly be in our attacks. Let's see how much the next level of dodge costs for. That's what I thought. But another point of armor class is never a bad thing. Let's go ahead and grab some more intestinal fortitude since I did give up the regeneration ring. This way we still have some relevant regeneration. Just not as much. Make sure I didn't miss anything else that I picked up. Nope. Wait, actually, we are carrying most of our carrying capacity. Let's quickly pop back, especially since we're in a new area anyway. Clean out our inventory to pick up new stuff.
You are strong. Sesseth dead. Tribes without leader, their spine broken. Now tribes scatter like birds. Now road to tower is clear, but there is no gate to tower. It is not enough to reach tower. You must find a way inside.
How did... I guess we told him when we got here that we killed Sesseth? Because otherwise, how the hell does he know that? Unless he just happened to witness the tribe scattering and then assumed the rest, which is possible. There are 3 starting classes, one of which is a sorceress, so you could use actual magic, yeah. You are going to spend a decent bit of time hitting things, or shooting things, probably, just because of limits to how much magic you can have at any one time anyway. And just due to the nature of the way this game is. But yes, you can go, like, almost purely magic if you really want to.
Slavas know the marsh. Here its currents, the rushing water. The water comes from a holy place, a place of power. The sinking temple must cross rotting bog first. In temple, maybe there is way into the tower. The water stair.
Is like, there is a more melee focused class in the Dwarven Fighter as well. So, with how I'm ending up playing this, in theory I should have actually been the Dwarven Fighter. But I forgot just how difficult it can be to stick to archery. Because of the way the enemies just rush into you and the spacing you usually have. When you're, at least when you're alone. But either way, there is absolutely a strong capacity to use magic available. And we'll probably end up seeing more of that in the second game. Assuming I get other people like I intend to for that. Because then there'll be more diversity in what's actually happening. Because somebody will be able to be behind someone else. It's like, there are plenty of action RPGs where you can go pure magic and be fine. This, I would say you could absolutely do it. It would just be kind of a nuisance at times to do so, because of places like the Dwarven Mines, for example, where it's all cramped. This one does too, I do believe. I just didn't do it for this one, because I was using this as a sample. I don't actually remember if this one actually has co-op or not, or if it was... And the thing is, I also still need to verify out how well I can actually make the second one work in that regard. Because I could easily be remembering wrong that it has a co-op element to it. If that one does not work, I do know of many from this exact same era that do have it. So one way or the other, that will end up being a thing that happens. And if I do end up being wrong about Dark Alliance 2, I will just do it myself for continuity of what I said I was going to do. And because, like I said, I never actually experienced that one myself, so I would like to play that one too at some point. as it stands, I need to actually verify how well networking amongst emulators for that is going to work anyway. Which I just have not had time to sit down with another individual to test that to find out whether it will work or not. But there is going to be layers of complication within there. Now, there's always the option of using Parsec and the local version of multiplayer for these things as well, which would bypass the need for multiple copies of the emulator to exist. But it would be a better experience for everyone involved if a full networking version would be working. Almost certainly. Again, assuming it works well. Which past experience indicates that it will be a very mixed bag as far as how well it will work. Which is why testing will be required. But I do know the means and methods fairly well for making such a thing happen. Which is why the priority one was finding out who is willing and available to do such a thing. Oh, these things. Joy. It's like I've been meaning to do something like this for God knows how long at this point. And it just happened to come around now that I decided to actually follow through on it. Actually, you know what? Let me just fact check myself right quick. Because that will be easier. Okay, yeah, even in the first game, there is a co-op multiplayer element. So I was right in my memory there, but I could not 100% guarantee it because, like I said, memory. Okay, yeah, that is what I thought I remembered as a comparison between the two as well. The multiplayer mode for Dark Alliance 2 is better. Though it is only for 2. I thought there was more. So I may actually seek out a different idea for that after all. Though easily I would probably drag a other person in to get through Dark Alliance 2 either way. But for the more significant plans that I had in mind, I'm going to need to pick a different one then. I'll actually need to double check if any of the ones from this era allowed for more than just one other. But based on the Wikipedia entry at the very least, the interesting thing is, it was actually a 60-40 split on experience in this game that we're playing right now in the co-op mode. Like, whoever got the kill gets 60%, and then the second player gets 40. And it was whoever picks it up gets all the gold. Which was not exactly going to be ideal. But in the second game, apparently it's a 50-50 split on both. Like, no matter who picks up the treasure is split between the two. And whoever gets the kill, the experience is split between the two. Which makes sense because it's a method of scaling the power you're gaining. Because if both gain 100%, for example, then you essentially would be doubling the amount you're gaining. And you already have the force multiplier of having two characters in play. So rather than worrying about how to scale everything to be stronger to match the additional player, weakening the player by decreasing their gain rate of strength is a method by which they can solve that. And you can decide for yourselves how you feel about that. Personally, I think the scaling is a better idea, but it is a more complicated thing to do, and it has to be done correctly or it's terrible. So, it is what it is. But based on the fact that even in the second one, it looked like they'll be locked to the same screen, I may as well just use something like Parsec then to simplify things. So that's worth keeping in mind. And I will say, scheduling-wise, it will definitely be much easier to arrange only one other person consistently than it would be to arrange the original idea in my mind, which was a full group of 4, which is what I thought it could do. But apparently, I should have double-checked that before I had the idea in the first place. It's a good thing I hadn't actually started asking people or at all yet. Otherwise, I would have a very awkward, oh, I picked something that was only 2-player and picked 4 people. Oopsie. Wouldn't be the first time that's happened in something I've been in. But it would be the first time I've made that mistake, because I usually check those things ahead of time pretty well. Outside of things that don't give you that information, which happens sometimes. There's some demos and such that you'll very easily run into problems like that with, because they don't tell you any of those numbers. Which can be greatly inconvenient at times. Yeah, since we'll be finishing this today, unless this takes way longer than I anticipate it doing, or I don't make it to 6 hours, give or take, today somehow, I will start asking around about Dark Alliance 2 and make sure all of that works and everything. And I'm not gonna promise it'll be next week, but my goal would be to start it next week. But that'll be a case of actually managing to arrange everything for it to be viable next week. So don't be surprised if it ends up being the week after that gets started. Is I may have more trouble getting it all cooperating / finding a companion than I originally expect. So, you know, that's always worth keeping in mind. Things never quite go as expected, so there will always be float and variable amounts to things. The only thing I can guarantee you is that it will happen at some point. I have a drive to do that currently, so at some point it absolutely will happen. And there is intended to be a Lethal Company session soon TM as well again. That was originally going to be this week, but it was going to conflict with the Headliners lobby this Thursday, and I had more people committed for the Headliners lobby, so I bumped the Lethal Company, because I also wasn't getting that much feedback on the Lethal Company lobby. because there's been complications with that, which is why it hasn't happened yet. I'm not gonna get into all of the complications and such that happened there, because it's nothing significant, and it's nothing that's anybody's fault. But things happened, and now it's not happening as originally intended. Which it was all kind of slapped together on my part anyway, so, you know. Good God, you're a big boy. Uh-oh. I think I broke him, and you know what? I'm not sure I'm that upset, because I feel like he would just swallow me whole. And I'm just gonna roll with that. This may be disappointing, but I feel like getting eaten a dozen times may also be just as disappointing. He's still taking damage, so I think he has a tunnel move. I don't think he's dying. Huh? Did he just... Nope, he's still here. He just did that as a counter to what I was doing, I get. Ow. So you're telling me he made me wait for him to tunnel into the ground and back out again, all for me to hit him once for him to die? Huh. You know what? Fair enough, because that would definitely qualify as a getting back at me for cheesing him. I accept these charges. But hey, we made it to the temple already. Like, the biggest determining factor, I think, in how much more we have to do and how much longer this is going to take is whether there's another area after Act 3, or if Act 3 is the end of the game. Based on the fact that we're getting full played and everything, I feel like we're in the end game here in Act 3. Because full plate's usually the best you can do in a D&D setting. That's usually the best armor money can buy, not counting enchantments. And, like, better materials, obviously. Though I would definitely say our best armor is really the sheer volume of potions. Because that is what's keeping us alive at the end of the day. Though I suppose the armor is keeping us from getting one shot, so... 6 in one, half dozen in the other. God, we need a better bow. Just watching all those 28s and such pinging off of these Minotaurs just really didn't feel great. Just shoot a flaming arrow at them, just... that tickles. Just doesn't feel great. No, it's my intention to work on a lot of things involving setting up all of those various collabs that I have planned tomorrow, because I'll have the day free, though I am going to hopefully get some art done too. Because I'm tempted once again to participate in Swordtember, since swords are fun to make and they're not too much to do. So it'd be a good daily art exercise. I'm already multiple days behind because I didn't do today's or yesterday's Swordtember because I didn't have time. So I'll have to run some catch up on that to begin with. But cranking out like 7 or 8 swords in a day is definitely easier than certain other things to make. Though I do still have that other giveaway piece I was supposed to make to finish. Like, I am just super behind on the art side of things, honestly. That's what happens when you get a bad batch of art brain. Like, you just can't make a piece exist in a meaningful way. You just put it there and it's like, wow, this just sucks. Everything I'm creating is just missing something for a bit. It's mostly back now, so... That's why I'm trying to get back on track with that. Another Ring of Protection +1. We also need to just go back and buy more potions again. And probably clear inventory, because I'm betting our inventory is probably getting decently full at this point. And again.
Have you gone to temple? Have you walked down the water stair? You must do so to reach the Onyx Tower.
It is interesting that he reminds you of exactly what you're doing, unlike most of the other shopkeepers, but he's also the only NPC here. So I would presume that the other NPCs in the other towns would remind you of what you're doing at need, if you ask them. We just never asked any of them. Because that would be more of a, okay, I walked away from the game for a week. What was I doing? Than this being complicated enough that you would need information. Because you could literally just walk in a straight line in most directions and probably run into something you need to deal with. Masterwork short bow +4, 16 to 24. I don't think that's better than the bow I have. I think the bow I have, yeah, it goes up to 44. And it would only be a slight increase on the low end. So I need something that starts at like 20 or so to be better, I would say. At least worthwhile better. And oh man, wearing full plate and one swing from these guys are taking off half my health though. That's worrying. So what that probably means is I might have to get real cheeky with whatever the next boss fight is. And like spend the whole fight kiting and shooting. Which wouldn't be the first time we've done that. But it's not my first choice. I would much rather give the boss a chance to do their thing, so you guys get to see what they can do, rather than just completely breaking it. Because that's half the reason we're doing these things, after all, is to showcase the thing in itself, not just to do it. Because while this is definitely one of the better known things I've done, it's still not so well known that everybody knows this game backwards and forwards. And as I've said on numerous occasions, that's the main shtick I'm aiming for here, is showing people things they may not have seen. Whether it's something very old or something that came out last week that you didn't see. There's plenty of both that happen. And if it sounds like I'm just trying to fill air right now, that's because I am. Sometimes you just gotta ramble random nonsense to keep things rolling. And when all I'm doing is walking around smacking minotaurs upside the head with a sword. I don't really have too much to talk about with what's going on in this temple, because we don't really have anything to work with. It's just a temple. No idea what it was worshipping before or anything. The fact that it's full of minotaurs and or just large beastmen in general is interesting. No idea whether these were here before or if they're a new addition to the area because of the tower. Because these easily could have been brought in to be, like, protectors of the Onyx Tower. Because they would do a great job of keeping most travelers and such at bay just fine. Goofy fool like us, though, is very hard to keep at bay because anything that could kill me just motivates me to be curious about what's over there. No, you just portaled over here.
Your strength is great. Many enemies lie dead. To attack you is to die.
Correct.
This is the door to the world of water, where air, earth, all is water. Human shamans call world of water element plane. Plane of water.
Oh, goody. We're gonna have to walk an elemental plane. Oh. Why am I not surprised? But I don't like that. The elemental planes are usually very, very dangerous and very bad for your health if you're not prepared to go to them. Because as you might imagine, humans aren't supposed to be there.
There is gate to element plane of water in tower. There is gate to element plane of water here. You go through this gate, come out through other.
You know, it's very funny in a way that he's the one explaining a concept like, hey, there's a gate in both places to me. Because of the way he speaks, which he's not doing this on purpose, he really makes it sound like he's telling an idiot how this works.
Slavos has magic. A magic that lets you breathe like fish for a short time. Let you breathe water like air. Last long enough for you to enter tower. Not to get back out. You must destroy tower from inside, then find your own way out.
Wonderful. Fucking wonderful. And what do you do if I get lost then? If I get lost on my way there and it runs out, I guess I just drown. Love that. Also, this is definitely a response I would have. Great, sounds impossible. Better get to it. We're gonna do business first, because I was planning on teleporting away to go get potions and such anyway, so him showing up right now is perfect. We'll get rid of the regular healing potion. I have no reason to be carrying that. Honestly, same with the regular rejuvenation potions at this point. I'm trying to keep this inventory relatively trim. We have a lot of arrows, so I don't need all of them. We'll go down to 250. Because if we're going into an elemental plane, I'm gonna go ahead and make sure I have a lot of healing on hand. That's gonna be bad news, though. Didn't I leave a door behind back where we were? I feel like I left a door behind. Because I thought I took a look at a door and when I'm gonna check the rest of the place before I go through that, because I assume that's the way forward. Yeah, because there was a save point over there, and I know that Minotaur's following me, it's fine. He wasn't gonna be able to catch me till I stopped, so it was absolutely okay. Right, yeah, because I hit this save point in the middle here, I think. And then I assumed that there was a door here, I think. Which appears to have been incorrect. You know, you gotta wonder how Slavos makes it into places like this. It's like, this place is dangerous, and the entire path here was hella dangerous. He claims to know this place, all these places super well, so maybe he knows some sneaky way to get places without getting seen at all or anything, and he does clearly have some magic based on the fact that he's gonna be able to make us breathe water like air. But it makes it wonder why he doesn't just more directly help out, rather than just being our merchant for this act. Then again, nobody really directly helps us out in any of these areas, so... We gotta do everything ourselves. Yeah, it looks like this might just be a dead end. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that if I try to recall, it won't take me to him, it will take me to him at his home back where we started. So I'm not gonna waste the recall potion. I could easily test it, but it's not that long a walk. So I will just opt for the return trip here. There's also this pathway over here we didn't go down anyway. If you're wondering, 1, I am admittedly putting off going into the elemental plane of water a little bit, and 2, I'm trying to get another level, so... Clearing these guys out is necessary toward that end, to a certain degree. So it's looking like with the amount of them that I'm fighting, we ain't getting that level till we go into the elemental plane of water. So that's a shame. But if we don't have a way back out of the tower, that implies that the tower might be the final area. Because we may end up with like a heroic sacrifice situation where I'd like destroy the tower but I die with it or something. Who knows? We'll find out when we do it. There may also be a convenient magical portal that will take me out of there. Hard to say. No real guarantees in any regard there. I didn't think I picked up anything particularly. Yeah, I picked up an amulet of protection. That's not really worth going into his inventory to sell that to him. We got 50 healing potions, so down we go. Oh, I probably need to get him to cast the spell before I can actually enter. I just assumed it was going to automatically happen. Silly me.
Are you ready? Listen. You will breathe water for a short time, not for long. Swim fast. My magic will guide you within element plane. It will lead you to gate 2 tower.
Oh, that's convenient. At least he's giving me guidance in there as well. Alright. Enter water stair. I wonder if we even actually have to do this bit, or if this is just going to be one of those things that just kind of happens. Because this is, like I said, past anywhere I've ever been. Okay, I don't actually have to worry about the whole getting lost and drowning thing. Very good. We're in the tower now. Gargoyles? Gargoyles. Half plate boots +5. Look at that. Now we're talking. See, the boots and such don't look bad. They're just darker colored versions of the full plate. So I'm kind of fine with that because they're less obnoxiously shiny. You know, I'm not usually that for blunt weapons, but, 148 is, a hard number to argue with. And it'll probably be pretty good against these gargoyles anyway. We just got the big whack hammer. Oh, you're one of those golems that just spews gunk at me. Wonderful. I'm glad I have all these speed increases, because otherwise this hammer would probably be kind of miserable to use. 15 Great Axe. Like, we were very lucky just picking up a weapon like this immediately, I think. based on the amount of hits these guys are taking from this, I would have hazard to guess that the bastard sword would take even more hits. You know, plus or minus the times when this just like low rolls every swing, which does happen. The low end of this is definitely lower.
My pack won't hold anymore.
Oh, goddamn. Oh, the great axe is heavy, that's why. I was like, why is my weight gone? We'll just go ahead and get rid of that.
I'm carrying too much.
So, man, they're giving a lot of potions out as well. They really want to tell you that this place is dangerous. Ow. Icy Burst Darkwood Club +5. Not bad. 24 to 60. Would have been negotiable when I got to the swamp. Still isn't terrible now. Man, oh man, look at all these potions and arrows and things. Where was this earlier? Good lord. And these barrels just make it rain potions and things. Good lord. Frost Fine Morning Star? Now the thing is, they said that we can get here but not get back. Yep, no recall possible in Onyx Tower. That's why they're dropping so much stuff. Is you can't leave. We're committed here now. Which makes sense. It would be kind of pointless as far as how it's set up if you were able to just leave. Like all of that, you can only get there and you won't be able to leave. Oh yeah, I'll just recall out. You what? What's the point? Why did I even give you water breathing, fucker? I waste all this ritual time, and you just teleport away. Alright, you need to cut it out with the poison breath. I think those are like bronze golems. I'm not sure what material those are. They look bronzy. I'm not sure. Could be brass. No, they're a little dull for brass. Could be though. Whatever they are, they definitely needed more oil as well. Icy Burst Adamantine Warhammer of Defense +5. Frost Adamantine Scimitar of Defense +5. Man, oh man. These boots. Decrease the amount of arrows I'm carrying for a moment here. See if either of these are good enough. Actually, that scimitar's tempting. Is the scimitar will be way faster, and we'd be able to go back to using a shield. Not that I have one. That is tempting. This icy hammer, not as tempting because it's 48 weaker on the high end, and it is still defense +5. So, like at the end of the day, they're largely the same, just one's shock, one's ice, and they're a different weapon type. Let's see how it swings. Actually, there's an argument to be made for the hammer being faster. Because the follow-up swing on the hammer is pretty quick. I don't know. I don't think I can accurately measure that well enough to be like, yeah, that one's faster. The big advantage would be, like I said, being able to equip a shield again. I'm gonna keep breaking those boxes open so that when we need to, we can come back and pick those potions up. Because I can, like, ditch the unnecessary gear and pick up more potions, for example. So if I have to, I'll just, like, carry 300 healing potions. This is a problem. One down. You might be wondering, why aren't you just shooting them? Our bow kind of sucks at this point. We never got a better one. Which is probably something I should have thought about buying before we went into the tower. But I don't always think things through completely. Shocking concept. But we're already through one floor of the tower, but I'm gonna look around a little more thoroughly first. In case there's more goodies to be had, because the stuff here has been so good. And then go back and collect potions, obviously. Because I don't remember if they'll stay from floor to floor. Like whether I'd be able to come back and get them if I went back down a floor. I feel like they stay, but I don't want to trust it. And if I don't have to. Because I'm definitely using a decent amount of potions. The fine halberd is probably not worth carrying. Same with these things. Just keep the inventory kind of cleared. Feels bad leaving enchanted things behind. Especially enchanted things that are worth a ton of money. But inventory space is going to be necessary in here. Here to maintain. Because I would be very surprised if we encounter somebody who's willing to be a merchant for us in here. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying I'd be surprised. We can raise our strength. And get carrying capacity to be a bit higher. I was gonna do wisdom at this point, but if we're in the final area, the experience gain is gonna be kind of pointless. I could raise our constitution, and I think that might actually be a good call here. Raise our overall hit points a bit. Let's go ahead and finish off dodge. I'll get combat reflexes if I get another level. And then we'll grab another hit of toughness. And I might not actually be able to spend 3 points. Well, no. Here, 1 mana regeneration. There you go. But yeah, our carrying capacity didn't go up at all. Because we didn't actually raise our strength. And you'll notice even with the strength we have, we are still decreasing in overall amount of potions. We came in here with 55 and we're down to 37 already. Just for anybody that might be like, wow, he bought a lot of potions to come in here. I'm using a lot of them. Frostfine Staff of Defense. Trash, unfortunately. Flaming Burst Scimitar +3. It's not fine or masterwork or anything, so it's probably not going to be worth anything. Yeah. Because that's the thing you need at this point for a force multiplier, is it to be like mithril, adamantine, masterwork, any of those. Though really, much more the adamantine or the mithril. Like, based on what we've been seeing, I'm not even gonna pick up that Frost Longsword, for example. Not picking up the rejuvenation potions, don't need them. Flaming Morning Star, not worth chasing after. You know, it'd be great, game, dropping some more of that highly enchanted armor that you dropped a little bit ago. Like, can I get, like, a half or a full plate, a chest piece +5? Eh? Eh? Probably not, but eh? Oh, wait, my wish was granted. I see a full plate +3. Just need to not die before I can get it. Now, I did ask for +5. And I did get that in the form of a ring +5. We'll trade my +3 ring for a +5 ring, which allows me to pick up the plate, so that's good. There we go. We're up another 3 armor class. I'm just gonna pitch the full plate if that's unenchanted, because it's 50 weight we don't need to be carting around. It's kind of tempting to trade the Ring of Dexterity for more strength. Because if we take off the 4 Dexterity, that actually even... Yeah, it gives me 2 armor class. It does raise our ranged damage, but since we're meleeing so much, I think going up to 26 strength is better than 22 dexterity at the moment. Which feels wrong, but I think it is exactly what we're gonna need. Because if for nothing else, the strength does directly translate to more carrying capacity, which allows us to then fit more potions. Okay, we've looped around this whole floor now, it looks like. So we can go back to where we were for a moment, go grab all them potions I left behind. And then some. Don't need more arrows, because we're still carrying, what, 300? Now we're actually down to 231, so we'll grab those arrows then. There's about 300 arrows, I feel comfortable. Because with the bow strength we have, it takes a lot of arrows to do a meaningful thing. But if I have to play keep away with whatever I'm going to be fighting at any point, we do still need the bow and arrow for that. Like, it still has a function. And I know it's going to be a little dull running back to get the potions, but it's a good idea. Just look at how many of them there are sitting here. And they're picking up way more arrows than I'm meaning to, but it's fine. Yeah, but that puts us up to 351 for arrows. How did I miss this guy? He's just chilling in the pool. Like, we didn't go into this whole section over here, but I knew that. Because I was going around the outer edge at first. Half plate, not even worth picking up. We have so many hit points, though, that even extra healing potions aren't doing a ton for us in that regard. Ooh, treasure. Another Ring of Strength +5. All right. Suddenly we are strong. Take off the +3, put on the +5. We're up to 28 strength. Yes. And the strength does affect our 2 hits, so it's actually not terrible to have gone in for anyway. Because yes, you can just miss. It's a rare thing, but it can happen. And I don't mean missing by not actually making contact with your animation. I do believe you can actually just, like, have it not do damage. Either that or it's a damage modifier in this one. They go back and forth as to how that works in games like this. Oh. Why is this a ping? Ah, okay. That's why. That makes sense. No more questions. As long as everything makes sense, everything is fine. It's when things don't make sense that I have many bits of confusion. There's a room over there we haven't gone in, but I don't think I'm gonna bother with that one. That's gonna be like the one room that got away, and I'm fine with that. We may actually finish this quicker than the expected 12 hours. But again, that depends on if there's more to this after the tower, or if the tower's the end of the game. How are we doing on potions? Back up to 36. I know, the last time we looked, we were down to 37, and now I'm saying back up to 36, but that's because we clearly went lower than that. Which is upsetting. Like, that clearly is representative of me draining potions faster than I'm picking them up, even with the amount that are coming out of the boxes. But obviously I didn't go back and get every potion that we popped out of a box, too. And we weren't even in the tower proper yet. We're in tower level 1. See any healing potions in there? But in here. Nope. This one? Nope, just money. What even use do I have for money at this point? I knew that was gonna happen, and yet I did it anyway. Pain, ow, hurt. Okay, none of these explode. That was something I needed to check before I kept swinging where I was standing. Jesus, the poison. The poison keeps staggering me at, like, really awkward times, which doesn't help. Oh, we have lost connection to Twitch chat. And we're back. Okay. Going to assume I didn't miss anything important, but if something did get eaten, just let me know. This is yet again a half-plate helm that's the same strength as our full plate, so away it goes. Just chuck that right back on the ground. I couldn't remember whether it was a +3 or not that we had seen before. Icy Burst, Mithril, Battle Axe of Defense. What is with all the of defense ones? Where's an of speed one? An of speed one would be compelling. Get this shit out of here. Get this shit out of here too, honestly. I don't even know why I'm carrying the other weapons at all, but I don't have anything to fill up the space with, so it's not like it matters. Man, my health drops so quick that sometimes I don't always notice it. And it's always worrying every time that happens, because I glance up and notice, oh god, most of my health is gone. And suddenly, full plate gloves +3. Okay. Okay, that's 15. That works. I like that. I could definitely do with something higher, but I'll take what I can get. That's just Masterworks. That's probably not... Yeah, that's alright. It's not incredible, though. Throw that away. Don't really need to care carting around some of these magic items, either. Though they take, like, no weight, so it's fine. And we are over 100 armor at this point. We have 105. But just consider that for a moment. I have over 100 armor. And yet, I'm still getting shredded by these things. So imagine the situation we'd be in if I was a more fragile class like the Sorceress, going through all of this. But, by the same token, the Sorceress would probably be quicker at killing things, especially at range, because she could still use a good melee weapon without needing to swap back to a bow all the time. And still have very powerful range damage. Because bear in mind, as far as I can recall, there's not like really a restriction in what you can use. The main reason to even pick your class at all is what feats you get as your skills to use and your passive bonuses. And I believe a lot of the passive ones, there's a lot of carryover between the characters for those anyway. Don't know why I'm bothering to pick up the gold, but I'm doing it anyway. My retirement fund when I stop being an adventurer after all of the shit I've went through with this. Ooh, a wounding weapon. We haven't seen one of those yet. Wounding Mithril Morningstar +3. Does it look cool? No, not really. It's exactly the same as any other enchanted Morningstar. I forget what wounding does. I want to say it's the better version of the enhanced critical. I think it's better than Keen, but I might be wrong. Let him get shot with the trap. There we go. So you know, game, I know I just asked for the enchanted full plate a moment ago, but you know what else would be real cool? Better bow. Would you do that for me? So something I can use all these hundreds of arrows with that does real damage? Just saying. Just a thought. I'm not saying it has to be as strong as my hammer, but maybe something that's like 30 to 60? I'd be happy with 30 to 60. Or maybe a good solid, like, 30 to 50. I'll lower it down on a little bit. I think ours right now is like 18 to 44. You know what? You know what? Sure. Sure, I'll take a increase of +2. I did ask for the enchanted full plate. You got me there. But, you know, I've got that now, so... you know? Enchanted bow? I'm being so greedy. And I just need to acknowledge that periodically, that I'm being fucking greedy. Scale helmet +5. I don't think that's gonna be worth anything. Nope, that is trash. That is sub 10. Get out of here. Which, speaking of sub anything, it is September right now as well. For those so inclined to spend your money on subscribing. That Icy Burst Masterwork Light Mace of Defense? No. Scale Mail +5. I think the game's mad at me for asking for things now. I think I might have upset it to the point where it's not going to give me good things for a bit again. Let this be a lesson in not being too greedy in what you ask for. But I gotta say, I can't really be much of an archer if you don't give me a bow that does damage. A bow that just tickles them doesn't really do it, you know? Especially not when everything can either hit me back at range or can rush at me quick enough that I'll only get a couple arrows off at them. Like, as I mentioned before, the obvious answer to that situation is, of course, the repulsion ability, but you'd have extra work to do to use repulsion and any of the magic arrows at once. And if I was consistently leveling up my magic arrows, I probably would also be doing enough damage with just those that I probably wouldn't be needing to melee as much. But I do believe the cost goes up the more you level them as well, so I'd have extra bar management to do with mana instead of health. Who can say which would have equalized better? More than likely the archery would equalize better. As long as I don't just get run down and ripped in half. Nope, get rid of the poison guy. Crush him first, then deal with the Minotaur. There we go. Potion. Damn it, now I need that potion. How many potions do I have left? We've actually kind of stabilized. If I wasn't using the strength rings for carrying capacity, I would actually swap to that ring of regeneration +5 for a bit here and there and use that to keep my health up. But our natural regeneration is not bad at this point, thanks to the levels of intestinal fortitude I picked up. Which, boy, do I wish I had those levels of intestinal fortitude in real life, I gotta say. That's a whole other problem. Oh, that was nearly bad. Had a moment of lapsing again for a second. Half plate +3. How does that look? I know it's not gonna be better, but I want to see how it looks. I like the metal on it better, but I don't care for the green. If it looked like the icon down there, I'd be down for that. But it's also not good enough to be worth wearing at this point. Like, 11 less armor is terrible. But, like, from a pure aesthetic standpoint, I would have preferred the dark gray and the red, as you might guess from the way I make most things look. It's almost like I have an aesthetic preference or something. Funny that. Full plate gloves +5. Alright. Don't need those +3 gloves anymore. The only thing we haven't seen is a better helmet now. We have +5 everything else. So admittedly, I could do with full plate +5 boots instead of half plate, but they're at least +5. If I could just like slap those gloves on my feet, that would also be fine. Be uncomfortable and probably would not work very well, but it would give great defense. Oh no. No, 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 not 4v at once. No, 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 no. 4v1 is bad for my health. 3v1's already bad enough. 4v1 would be death. Those are +4 full plate gloves. Those are useless to me now. Please try again and do better. What a world to be turning my nose up at +4 full plate. That's chain. That's just not even worth picking up. That is not relevant. That's a bomb. Almost died there. So I was reading the text and then I noticed the bomb a little too late. And that was almost worth it. Almost. If the high end was another like 20, even not even like as much as the hammer, I would probably consider this. Though it is only +3 instead of +5, so clearly it's inferior. The amount of money we're gonna make when we leave this place, though. Man, oh man. We will be set for life when we leave this place. I already have that. I needed to check to make sure that I already had +5 on the chest. I was pretty sure I did. Man, that poison's potent. And we don't have like an out-and-out poison cure ability or poison curing potion or anything. So you just kind of have to grin and bear it. Amulet of protection +5. I think we're wearing dexterity +2 right now. We are. So that would definitely be more armor. Our dexterity is in shambles at this point compared to where it was. Is we're, I think, actually back at base value. I think we're back to what we literally started the game with, aside from like 1 point. Which is sad, but you know. Nature of the beast and everything. Ooh, that looks like a better bow, potentially. Oak short bow +5. 14 to 44. 36 to 52. All right. The low end is so much better. The high end's not that much higher, and it's not magic damage. But god damn it, that's what I wanted. We have a more relevant bow now. Of course, no sooner did we get a more relevant bow did they swarm me with gargoyles. Which is just rude. But it is in time for there to be explosive barrels about, so... maybe it's not the worst thing that we got a better bow right now. Ah. We'll unpack whatever that meant later. Sometimes just seeing part of somebody's post or such in a notification can be very concerning. Because you don't have the whole sentence, so you're just seeing a piece of it, and it's like, you know, I really hope this sentence takes a good turn before the rest of the sentence is over. Otherwise, that's... ooh. And I will not elaborate further. Nope, 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 nope. Fucking nope. Please do not, Mr. Blender Golem. He slices, he dices, he juliennes fries. He turns adventures into said fries. Ow. Yeah, the problem with this thing is he's gonna stun lock the shit out of me if I let him. Also very loud and annoying when he dies. Gonna assume, yep, we're down to 20 potions. I was gonna say, I'm gonna assume we lost a bunch of potions very quickly there. And I was right. If there's a lot of those things, we may actually have a problem. There's definitely an arrow trap somewhere. I can hear it just going wild. I think it's in the next area over. Like the next area forward, that is. Considering it stopped shooting when I walked around in here. Money. The money I've already established I no longer can use. Oh boy. Here we go again. Can I just like stun you long enough that you won't kill me by blending me? Okay, yeah, melee's not as bad as I thought against those. It seems like they actually do the only do the blender move when they're walking. So if they're already next to you, they won't engage blender mode. Which, speaking of blenders, I also want to get back on the horse of 3D modeling at some point. But that's another whole other rabbit hole that I still need to work on unpacking at some point. But who knows? Maybe the next model would actually end up being a 3D one. Who knows? I still have not made a committed decision as to where I'm going after the PNG renaissance I'm in right now. Yeah, I thought I heard one of you. Ow. No, you can actually knock their arms off, as it turns out. I thought the arms falling off was just part of their death animation. The more you know. The fact there's a save point here indicates to me that this is the path to the end of the area. So I may turn and go the other way right quick. Because I thought since I was hearing arrow traps down that other path that the arrow traps were the indicator that I was going forward. So I turned to go this way, figuring this was going to be extra over here. I also have nothing to fear from those arrow traps at this point, really. We have enough armor that just plain old ordinary arrows really aren't much of a threat. Gotta say, though, I thought, like, enemy mages and archers and such were gonna be way more of a thing at this point in the game. I appear to be incorrect about that. It's a lot of melee so far. Very dangerous melee, but a lot of melee. And there's our full helm +5, so we now are fully kitted out with +5. We just need full plate boots. If anybody's wondering why I bothered to blow that up, it was so that when I was breaking the box, I didn't end up breaking my face with explosions. Now there's a save point over here too, so I officially have no idea which way's the right way. I also almost died again. So I was dealing with that moment of confusion, and suddenly their claws had ripped my health apart. Ooh, another good bow, potentially? Icy Burst Darkwood Shortbow +3. 24 to 69 instead of 36 to 52. I lose 12 on the low end, but gain 17 on the high end. And it would give me back ice. Probably, yeah. Probably. The oak shortbow is more consistent, but the higher high end is probably gonna be good for me to have here. Another Ring of Regeneration 5. I swear, if I turned away from their treasure room or something, by turning where I did, I'm gonna be very sad. Ooh, Icy Burst Bastard Sword +1. Probably not impressive, unfortunately. Yeah, the one we used to have was better. Sad. I could get, like, an Icy Burst Adamantine Bastard Sword, we'd probably go back to that, guaranteed. Probably guaranteed, yes. Well sentenced. Oh, there's two of them. Oh no. Can you both fit in this doorway? You cannot. Okay, very good. Well, you can, sort of. When I push one of you out. There we go. There was no way I was going toe-to-toe with both of them at the same time, though. Not with the way they can rinse my health bar. Absolutely not. Amulet of Strength +5. So now we have the Strength versus Armor class debate. Because if I put on the Amulet of Strength, I go up to 33 Strength. If I lose the 5 protection from the Amulet of Protection, I'm still at 113 Armor. So I think the Strength might be worth it. Yeah, because that's 2 more to hit and 2 more damage to all attacks I'm doing with a melee weapon. I find it funny that we had a diverse set of enchanted items on us before, and now it's plus strength, plus strength, plus strength. It does pay dividends in our damage output, though. Oh, hey, intellect +5, something we're never gonna use. We have no reason to be smarter. Unfortunately. Starting to really think I was right the first time that this was the path forward. But I'm also considering the thought that I may be too far committed at this point. to turn to go back to the other area. And they may meet up anyway, based on where this is turning. So the entire debate could be irrelevant. See, I switched targets when I disarmed him, figuring he's not as dangerous. But I didn't even consider the fact that he was going to be one hit away from death. So I should have just finished him off and been done with it. Man, this place has a gargoyle infestation. Another amulet of strength +5. It's a shame I can't and bling out any harder. But at that point, the statistics would definitely start to skew towards meaningless. Because if you think about it, if I could have 10 strength just in amulets and 10 strength in rings, that's 20 strength already. Then take into account if we could bling out as hard as we want, we could probably fill every finger with a ring. So that's 25 strength per hand. It starts just scaling to stupid at that point. It kind of takes away any meaning to getting stats from leveling. Which, even the amount we're getting now kind of takes away any meaning of the 1 point I get from every few levels. Unfortunately. Spiked Morningstar of Disruption. Probably not that good, but I'll pick it up because it's got a different name. And yeah, this I think is going to loop us back to where we were going before. So we'll be able to close that loop. Oh yeah, spiked is just like serrated, yeah. We did know that before. 16 guaranteed? No, absolutely not. Like 50 guaranteed? I'd consider. 16? Trash. Absolute useless trash. I could open a goddamn jewelry store with all the magic amulets and rings I'm carting around that I can't use. Maybe that's what we'll retire to do. Run a jewelry store. Purely of magic things I've picked up and since made useless to myself. Just probably, you know, polish the monster guts off of them a bit better than I did for my own use. It is looking like we're gonna gain at least one more level before this is over and done with. I remain satisfied to a certain degree whenever I knock the arms off these things. Especially those sword golems, because they're so damn scary looking, but they're nowhere near as dangerous when their arm flies off. And yeah, there's the save point we were at before. Hooray, I understand basic level design and architecture. Chainmail +5, otherwise known as a chest plate full of disappointment. Like, if I still had to save, like, every bit of weight capacity, that would matter a bit. It would become a trade-off between carrying more and guaranteeing living a little longer. And I've already demonstrated which side of that exchange I end up landing on fairly frequently. Half plate +5 would have been potentially worth it a little bit ago, but again, irrelevant at this point, unfortunately. are we doing on potions? Because I picked up a decent amount of healing potions again. Still at 22. We haven't really gone under 20 for long. We can't seem to climb with any meaningful amount of staying power with that climb either. Which, on the note of climbing, there may end up being peak on Saturday instead of the short run Saturday I was talking about, by the way. Because the group I played Repo with that one time wants to do stuff again, and peak is currently the thing being discussed for that. Whether that actually ends up going anywhere and being meaningful yet, that's a whole other question. Is there are still people in that group that haven't weighed in on that entirely yet. But I would not mind playing with that bunch again. They were fun. So you may have additional peak content to look out for. It'll cut into the clear count a little bit, but honestly, that's fine. We're at the start of a new month anyway. I'm not really in a hurry. And the clear count's getting kind of boosted a bit by the fact that I'm doing this, which I knew I was going to be able to get through in a day or two either way. So 28 to 100, not good enough. Alright, tower level 3, which I assume is where bosses will be. You know, maybe not. There's immediately hostility. I mean, it is a tower, so it may be more than 3 floors. And considering in order to be at the expected clear time, we've got an hour and a half left. Jury's still out on that one. But I may also have just gone through this fast, because I really did just blitz this. I didn't take my time too awful much. Aside from, I did clear through every area we went through. Ooh. Ooh, serrated adamantine longsword. Remember when I said I would consider something that was guaranteed 50? We now have something that's guaranteed 50 for me to think about. We'll try it on a couple things. The highs are definitely not that high, but the consistency is nice. We just don't have a shield is the only problem, so I can't actually take advantage of the main benefit of this. And it doesn't have any elemental damage, so some things are going to resist it, I would fear. I don't know that, because I still don't know entirely how the mechanics for that play out in this game in particular. But it is worth considering. And it is nice to see that there is actually something that would, like, do consistent 50s. Yeah, we already have full plate gloves. There's part of me that's like, I should just throw my recall potions on the ground. But we may actually find a point where we're able to use them again. Oh, hello. Hello, big man with spear. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Absolutely not. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Oh, and he's got fire breath, too. Can he not fit in here? Or is he stupid? He may not be able to fit in here, but he may also be stupid. Either way, I'm happy to take advantage of that because, man alive, he hurts. Okay, we are still on the flaming arrows. Why is he glowing blue? I was hitting him with fire. Oh, wait. This is an icy burst bow, right. So I think we actually procced the freeze despite burning him. So that was interesting. Yeah, there was no way I was going into fisticuffs with something that big. Wielding a spear that the pronged end of it was as big as I was, it looked like. Why did I hit the explosive barrel? I knew that was an explosive barrel. I could tell. They're not that subtle. And yet, my health is gone. Somehow, they just keep getting me. Not the worst, but no. All of those go away, that goes away. Yep, another golem type. Oh. Okay, that one wasn't that bad. Maybe the first ones were brass and these are like... No, they're not copper. Maybe they're tin. Could be tin. And the, like, blade ones might be iron golems. So I forget what the monster manual pictures for the various material golems look like, but they do actually look fairly different from each other. And, like, the material does matter. Even more so than you'd expect it just being, like, material strength and such. Like, I would presume you could arguably use them interchangeably and just, like, buff the stats of them if you wanted to. But, like, the as-written ones, the stronger the material, the way nastier the moveset and everything as well, from what I recall. How many arrows do I have right now? A lot. Probably should actually just go with Hail of Arrows then, since our bow is actually pretty potent. Hooray for more chainmail that I'm not gonna put on. I'm definitely glad I went in on so many boosts to our critical, though, because those big crit hits are very nice to see. And they're a big part of why some of these stronger enemies did not just destroy me. Icy Burst, Adamantine Longsword. 24 to 92. If I didn't have the Adamantine Longsword, that would have been an argument to be made. It would have been a hefty drop at the high end, but it would be a similar low end to the hammer. It's a pity this archer ain't a real ranger with the ability to dual wield. Because otherwise I'd absolutely just slap that sword we just picked up in my other hand and just go to town. Because then we'd have dual wielding defense and everything, and it'd be cool. Ow. Ow. I regret. I can kill them fast, but boy, are they dangerous to fight that way. I had to drink potions pretty much constantly to not die there. Because every hit was like half a health bar. Somehow every area seems to have at least one of those guys that are like, hey, see that armor you have? See that health bar you have? Fuck it. It's gone. It's a shame we can't find any Ioun stones that float around me and give me stat buffs. Because they're just like these weird like magic crystals that you just have around that just make you better at things. But, you know, it would start, again, trending into the silly territory to have something like that as well as everything else we've got going on. Because that would just be another full accessory slot worth of power, pretty much. I could go around the entire loop around the other side, but let's see what's in here. I immediately regret wanting to see what's in here. Ooh, the fire. Ooh, the fire breath. Ooh, spicy. While he's frozen, though. Never mind. Still got him, though. I was gonna say, while he's frozen might be a good time to rush him in melee, so I can probably kill him before he gets more than a hit or two off, because he already attacks kind of slow. And then, the second I had that thought, boy oh boy did he warm up. He didn't appreciate that idea, I guess. I thought that was an extra fine staff for a moment because I saw the extra text and then ended up reading the frost fine staff and I'm like, huh. It's extra fine. They used the good sandpaper on it. How long, all of you bastards? For those wondering how I end up in these situations where I'm in the middle of a bunch of enemies even though I'm in a doorway, by the way, it's because your attacks automatically pull you forward. So sometimes when I'm mashing away, I end up getting dragged into a problem. Ah yes, studded leather. Clearly I'm gonna need that at this point. Okay, let's max out our combat reflexes. What do I do at 6 points though? Would get ice arrows. I'd upgrade my fire arrows. They'd be roughly the same damage. But I don't know if it would end up rolling 2 separate chances to freeze if I used magic ice arrows and an ice bow. There is a thought to that. More intestinal fortitude isn't a bad idea. Toughness wouldn't be a bit of a misspend of points because I don't really have anything useful to spend 2 points on. We end up with a similar problem though of I don't have anything to spend 1 point on if I get like the ice arrows. But I do think it might be enough of a payoff to be worth it. Our ice arrows are 20 to 26, fire is 15 to 20. So it's a shift of 5 damage in exchange for 3 more energy. Not as good as I thought, because for some reason I thought the fire arrows were 10 to 15. Unit base for some reason. But it'll be variety as well, at least. And as you can see, proving once again that combat reflexes apply to arrows, we are shooting stupid fast. And we are actually swinging very quick compared to how we started the game. Like, obviously, each level of combat reflexes isn't impressive visibly on its own. But the overall value is definitely present. And you could definitely see a difference in how much damage we're doing to him. Obviously, you can also see the difference in how much damage it's doing to my mana bar, but this also helps clean out the rejuvenation potions we've been having pile up, so that's fine. Oh, it's a scimitar. I thought it was another bow for a second there. Is there still room for improvement with the bow? How many? Yeah, we have 28 extra rejuvenation potions left, so we're fine on rejuvenation. Considering I'm not using it as heavily as health. Oh boy. Keep running into these guys, though, I may be. So if I can keep baiting him to start a fire breath and stepping out of it, that kind of works. There it goes. But with how much power I have to pour into those guys, it does start to eat into the rejuvenation reserves. Shock, Adamantine, Morningstar +3. Probably not that good, but I'll look. I stand very heavily corrected. 48 to 156. And that's just a +3. Why is that so much stronger? Like, that's stronger than the Adamantine Warhammer of Defense +5. Huh. That's actually tempting to replace the 52 sword with, because the low end of it's only 4 points lower than our current guarantee. Guess we're going clubbing. Just gotta see if it's a significant speed down or not is the only remaining question mark. Frost Mithril Short Sword of Defense +5. No. If this was Adamantine, it might have actually been worthwhile, but Mithril's just not it. The Black Forge. Well, that's not something we were certainly expecting. But I guess that explains all the golems. Oh, and there's spiders here. Wonderful. At least those are dying quick, though. Why does every area have to have its own spiders? Why? Like, the marsh itself is the only place that didn't have spiders. Just realized that. Admittedly, it made up for it by having poison zombies that explode into fucking poison clouds randomly, but you know. Trade-offs. If it means not seeing giant spiders anymore, I think I might still be happier with the zombies. Shock, Masterwork, Greatsword +3. Probably not that good anymore. Not terrible, 28 to 102. That's competitive. Just not competitive enough. When my one-handed weapon's high end is higher than that. I think the low end was higher too, but eh. That sure is a goop pool of molten metal. Ow. That's also a fire elemental. Good thing I'm not using a fire weapon anymore. They might actually be immune to that. Being, you know, made out of fire. Makes sense, though, that in a forge place like this, there'd be fire elementals kicking around. I hope I don't have to also go through the elemental plane of fire. Though I didn't even have to do anything with the elemental plane of water, so I guess it wouldn't be that big a deal. Doesn't mean I'd have to be happy about it. Few more arrows just in case. Pretty sure I still am fine on arrows though. 362, yeah, you know, that looks alright. That's probably fine. Whoa there. Anyway, treat guests. At the very least, if you're gonna hurl fireballs at guests, hurl them accurately. You're just embarrassing yourself if you just miss completely with it. So I wonder if the fire elementals are here doing all the work, or if they're just keeping the flames going. And for whoever is doing the work. Imagine the business we could run by taking this giant forge over. We could take over the entire arms manufacturer for this entire world from a place like this, probably. And it's not like it's going anywhere, right? I mean, we are probably going to destroy the tower, so it probably is going somewhere. But, you know, maybe we don't have to destroy the tower. Maybe we just, you know, rip out the psionic control bits that are making everybody around here go a little lulu. Yeah, we probably could get the lizard men in on the Enterprise. Have them take care of moving everything around. I sit in here making all kinds of weapons and things. Give them a good cut on the deal. And everybody wins. And of course have other partners involved for moving the stuff through other areas. Could build an entire trade empire just from this forge alone. Don't like that. Thought I liked the other ones very little, but no. I like these things even less. It's got a goddamn drill hand. Actually, no, that's just a blade arm. It looked like a drill. I still don't like it, though. It's still gonna hurt a lot. Still very much a reason why I have this bow is to avoid having to be in touch range of something like that. And away he goes to dust. Onyx sword. Huh? 90 to 120. Ta-da! We got a fancy sword. Why do I have this feeling that the sword's like cursed or something and I'm gonna get screwed if I try to use it in the final battle or something? Like, ha ha ha, you stabbed me with my sword, now I'm stronger. What? $9 to $50 on this shocking burst fine short bow. It's a bit short of being useful. Hall of Remembrance is next. Okay. Ring of Strength +5. Already got a few of those. Yeah, the nearest save point's the one over... Now there's a save point over here. Anything cool in here? No. There's decidedly something not cool right here. It's this fucking guy. Was he guarding anything cool, though? Icy Burst, Mithril Short Sword +5. You know what? That does legally qualify as cool. Don't really know how well it qualifies, but it does qualify. You know what? I'm not interested suddenly. With the fireball flying by there. Also... Wow, even being Mithril, it wasn't that much better than the... Oh wait, no. The other one was Mithril as well, right. Got my materials wrong. Throw that on the floor. Does not, in fact, qualify as cool. Even with ice, not cool enough. Anyway, to the Hall of Remembrance. I'm gonna have to fight, like, clones of myself or something. Like, past heroes or some nonsense. He's gonna try to jump me. Oh. I can walk through this wall. There's ghosts. Okay. I have found what appears to be a hidden room, but the hidden room's not that impressive. Screaming is not a good sign, I would say. Not a positive. Certainly one way to make people remember this place, though. Why does this place have a floor full of ghosts, though? Seems a little weird. Especially since it's right next to the forge. Are they putting the ghosts in the weapons? Like, are there ghosts in the golems? Is that how the golems function? That would actually make sense. Or is this just like a... Mechanically, I'm starting to wonder if this is like a restock floor. Like, you can just get a bunch of supplies before whatever comes next happens. Which is mildly worrying. We now have 37 healing and 38 rejuvenation potions. So I'm definitely up a lot of healing potions, as you'd expect. And there's the kind of like serpentine-y stuff on the stairs. Peladon.
Your feet, they echo upon the flagstones. Your breath stirs the dust. Who are you who walk this hall in the flesh?
Why are you different from all the other spirits walking around in here?
In life, I was Celadon, first captain of the Company of the Westering Sun. In death, I am nothing. The dead have no titles.
True.
You stand within the Hall of Remembrance. I am one of its many prisoners, all soldiers of the Westering Sun, all fallen in battle, all slain by treachery.
Yikes.
Our spirits are shackled to the walls and shadows of this tower. We are doomed to stand, to remember, and to wait for Eldrith's release, and our own.
Who is Eldrith?
Who is Eldrith? Much time has passed, I see, for how many names to have been ground beneath time's heel. Have you not heard of Eldrith the Betrayer, the traitress of swords, Eldrith of the Westering Sun? That she has been forgotten is irony of a sort.
Yeah, let me go deal with that, then.
You will find her at the top of this tower, at her watch, waiting for battle. She knows you are here, and she has attempted to seal you within this hall, as the stones of the Onyx Tower obey her will.
Interesting.
But even as she is the mistress of the tower, our spirits are part of the tower as well. I shall allow the stones of this hall to part so that you may reach her, and I pray, kill her for the last time.
Yeah, you better hope I manage to kill her, because sabotage like that's probably gonna make her real mad. Yep, off we go.
I pray the gods favor you. If not, then I fear no one shall be able to stop her.
Yeah, how to get out of here is a good question.
Eldrith's will is tied to the tower. Surely you know that when she is slain, this tower will die as well. It will fall into the elemental plane of fire and be consumed. You cannot escape this tower while she lives, and not after she is dead. Can you not use the way you entered to escape?
Not without growing gills.
The tower itself touches many places, other planes of existence, even creates gates to them. Perhaps there is some manner by which these gates may be used to escape.
If they still work when she dies. Any weaknesses?
She is a creature of death now. Great powers are hers to command. If you go to face her, then you must be ready in both mind and body. Take your greatest weapons, arm your mightiest spells. That is all the advice I can offer you.
You know, if she's in fact a creature of death now, as in undead, it'd be incredibly funny if a disruption weapon would just destroy her.
Be careful should you choose to lock steel with her. Eldrith was one of the greatest swordsmen ever known, and hers is a murderous will. Be careful you do not approach within striking distance of her blade, or the battle shall be over for you.
That's a bad sign.
Still, Eldrith has given much of herself and her spirit to this tower so she could command it. Perhaps you may find strength to defeat her by turning this link against her. If this tower is linked to her, then a blade forged from the walls of this tower and constructed on the Black Forge may be your greatest weapon.
So the Onyx sword might actually be a really good thing. Can you do anything to help me?
I wish that we could, but we are trapped here in this hall and cannot leave. We will pray for you, stranger, as we pray for all Baldur's Gate. May the gods watch over you.
Very helpful. Oh, yes, I gotta go sort that out. I'm taking this stuff, though. You can't use potions anyway, I'm sure, as dead people, so... You know, they might even have just manifested these potions here for me, actually. Considering they're trying to help. Not sure why they put them all in boxes, but... You know. Gotta keep things tidy, I guess.
I'm carrying too much.
Oh, I have filled my inventory. Time to start throwing things away to fit more potions in my pocket. I'm gonna need every potion I can get based on the way he's describing her. And I assume she's right up there. There might be like one more floor perhaps between us. Nope, Eldrith's Watch. Alright, here we go. I don't know how fast she is, so we might be able to shoot her.
So, the dogs of Baldur's Gate once again hound me, and all the way to my sanctuary this time, though it lies a horizon's distance from their walls. Can it be they fear me that much? They have that much wisdom, at least.
I went through a lot to get here. It's kind of a lie to say that Baldur's Gate knows of her plans, because we didn't even know she existed until we got in here and talked to the ghost. Unless there's like a magic amulet telling the Harpers everything, which if they had that, they wouldn't have not they would have known what was going on in the Sunset Mountains, so probably don't have that.
Surrender? Ha! I who have bested death. I have nothing to fear from you, or Baldur's Gate. I served Baldur's Gate with all of my first life, only to be repaid with betrayal. They cost me a battle, the lives of my soldiers, and my reputation. Now I am but a sentence or two in a sage's book, a footnote, forever a traitor. Now you dare to invade my fortress, demand my surrender? No, I shall not bend my knee to you or them ever. An eternity may die before I would ever consider showing them mercy. As I died, they shall die, alone, betrayed, and forever cursed.
Well, guess you're gonna have to learn about death all over again, then.
Then you shall die. I command this tower. I command all within it. All your small victories, all the damage you caused, can be undone.
Thank you for acknowledging that I've done damage. I appreciate that.
Know that as long as I stand, the war against Baldur's Gate shall continue, and I shall be victorious. You may hold the field, dog, but the day is mine.
We'll see about that.
Now, let us end this.
Go ahead and put your helmet back on. There you go. Okay, looks like she throws her sword and it hurts a lot, so archery's not the safest bastion we could have had, but we are slowing her down a lot with the ice arrows, so it's not a terrible idea either, though I do probably want to move around a little bit to not just keep eating those swords on the chin. Yep, she's not taking damage. Oh, she's getting bigger. Yeah, no, melee did way more damage there. Wow, that was actually way easier if I just stabbed her in the foot. Turns out she has an Achilles heel, I guess.
And so it has come to pass that I shall die twice. And this second time shall be the last. The tower will not hold. You must leave this place. I ask your forgiveness. I let anger cloud my vision. I harmed those who had sworn to serve me. In all these things, great harm has been done. Let Baldur's Gate have its peace. I shall not rise again to challenge it, though it will doubtless need others such as you to defend it from others that wish it harm. Now, leave me to die. This tower shall be my tomb.
Very reasonable of her to not just immediately go the spite angle of like, well, you're dying with me then. Come on, closing the door. We're all just going down together. I can respect that. Really gonna have to hope that this gate leads somewhere good, though. And away!
In
Hey.
the flash of the portal's light, Eldrith's tower was no more. Lightning rained upon the tower, and flames as if from within.
Well, they did say the elemental plane was gonna hit
A
it.
storm of fire and lightning, Eldrith died her second death. But it was all part of a much larger design.
It is done. Eldrith is undone. And her threat to us and our plans has been ended.
and the Harper that defeated her killed. Now we may continue without interference, Master.
Of course he was a traitor. There was a lot of extra layers to him that weren't explained.
It led to a far distant land, far from Baldur's Gate, far from the Sunset Mountains, far from the Marsh of Chalimber, and far from safety. But that is a tale for another time.
Sequel hook. But that was Dark Alliance 1. We didn't actually solve anything at the end of the day. We removed a minor threat compared to what it sounds like we'll be dealing with in the next game. Or at least what they're setting up. Whether it'll actually be that big a deal in the second game, well, we'll have to find out later, won't we? But that is our first game for September done. So I'll go ahead and get that marked down. Forgot to make an entry for September, so I'll have to do that right quick. I should have made one immediately because I knew I was going to be finishing this today. If I had known I was going to end with a little bit of extra time, I would have actually made sure I had the GBA version ready for us to take a quick look at that. But as it stands, we're just on that edge, so we're not going to worry about that. I may, like, take a peek at that sometime this week. Maybe we'll do, like, something with that on Friday or something, since we're still not doing Abiotic this week. Since it is going to take a bit for us to arrange something to make the second game happen. Because most of my guaranteed I can ask these people on relatively short notice and get results people are all still occupied, right, for the most part. I am also trying to make sure to talk over some of this song because I don't know if this is going to be a copyright flag song or not. But also let y'all hear it a bit so you know what's what there. Still, this was good. Part of me wishes I had finished this back in the day just because of how close I clearly had gotten once upon a time. But then I wouldn't have ended up doing this. So, mixed results there, really. You can see that through both ends on that one. Now suddenly silence. Still, though, this was a good time. I knew this was a solid game going into it. I was worried that it was going to have not held up. And I can't say that it holds up remarkably, because it does have its weaknesses. But we already talked about most of those. But again, for the genre, it is absolutely 100% solid still. Like, I can't really point at any one major failing this as. It's just a bit basic. That's the only real disadvantage it has. But that really should be the expectation going into a PS2 game of this type. And one could argue even the old Baldur's Gate games in general were a little on the basic side. So, not really too much of a shocker there. I can't speak to the new ones because I haven't touched any of them, so I'm not going to make claims there. So based on what I've seen, they're not resoundingly complicated. So take that as you will. But let me do a clean run through the schedule for y'all while I'm picking us out a raid target, because there's going to be some delay there as usual. Let's see, today's Tuesday. Thursday, we will be doing headliners with at least 3 other people. There may be a surprise 4th additional person, bringing us to a lobby of 5 partway through that one. We'll see how that ends up panning out. There's no guarantees of that. But that option had popped up while I was talking to someone last night. So, we'll see how that goes. And then Friday, like I said, we might do the GBA version of this for a bit. We may do just like a handful of random things that day. There are some new things coming out, so I may end up jumping to that. I may end up pulling out Silk Song, because Silk Song will come out on Thursday, and it is on Game Pass, so I may give it a chance. As I'd mentioned before, I didn't care for Hollow Knight that much, so I don't have the same hype for it that other people do. But I do still want to give it a shot, because, you know, Metroidvanias are kind of my thing. It's also been a good amount of time since I last did anything with Hollow Knight either, so maybe my thoughts have changed. Hard to say on that one. I will never completely lock the door on anything, even if I may slam it on a few things here and there, and pretend that the door is locked and try to refuse to open it. And then Saturday, we already talked about, might end up being a Peak collab with the same group I had played that Spontaneous Repo batch with. And then next week, good question. If everything goes according to plan, we may very well start Dark Alliance 2 on Monday, with whoever I can get to join me for that. And then I would assume we'll probably get through it on a weekly basis, because I doubt I'll be able to convince somebody to want to do that multiple days back to back. And, oh no, Dark Alliance 2 is the same length. It is a 12-hour game on the shortest end. With it being a collab, I would say it's probably more likely to reach up toward that main and extra at the 16-hour mark. But it may also end up going longer than these sessions did, depending on who I'm playing with and how available they are. So, could balance out. We'll see. There's actually possibilities there for how that'll all work out. Tuesday we'll figure it out. Thursday may or may not be that delayed Lethal Company thing. It depends on if I can get everybody aligned for that or not. And from there, we'll figure it out, because I'm not going to commit more than a week ahead. Not that any of these are hard commitments to begin with. As we all know, I have a tendency to change these things on the fly. The only thing you can guarantee for the most part is what time any of this is happening. Which, for anybody unaware of the times, it'll usually be 2 p.m. EST or EDT, depending on what time of year it is when you hear this. And then Thursdays are usually 7 p.m. Should probably start working that time frame into me rattling that off more often. And in hindsight, let me take a peek at a couple of these and see where they're at, because you guys aren't getting any sound from the game at this point anyway. Okay, they're still early on. I am curious about that game, so that's a high probability choice there. But let me take a look around a little bit to make sure that's the commitment I want to go for here. No, you're decently committed in already. try to swing for somebody who's got a lot of people in. As you know, I try to aim for people that need the numbers more at any given time. Which has led to me not visiting a few people I know as often as I would like to, but at the same time, it's also less strain on me to not have to try to process a larger audience response when I raid in. Which sometimes happens, sometimes everybody goes quiet till you do your thing as well, so it could go either way there. It's been a little while since we've been over there. Got a bunch of good choices here. Important question. Have I rated this one in the last 30 days? Have not. Okay. Okay, so that gives them decent odds. I rated you in the past 30 days. I have not, but they have rated me. I don't think the crowd control thing I see there is active. Yeah, you know what? We'll go raid Vera. Vera's been very kind and supportive in both Twitch and Blue Sky and the variety of other places I exist. So we should probably go send some support that way. They're playing Borderlands 2, which is solid enough. We'll go with that. That'll be fine. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. We already talked schedule, so I'm not going to roll back over all of that. Yeah, I don't have anything else to add. Go be yourselves, for good or ill, how that may be, and good night.